For the first time ever, the Poker Atlas Tour is coming to TCH Social Austin, December 3rd through 16th. 15 different tournaments, including the $250,000 stocking stuffer and the $500,000 title event. For full details, structures, and satellite information, visit the Poker Atlas app or texascardhouse.com.
Atención jugadores de póker del Valle. Trailblazer Tour de $60,000 llega a Texas Card House RGV desde el 19 al 29 de diciembre. Solo $175 para entrar, además de múltiples premios. Habrán 2 oportunidades diarias para entrar. Para más detalles visite a texascardhouse.com.
Buenas noches, aquí estamos en el Texas Card House RGV. All right, let's go to the English. So we are at the Texas Card House RGV. We are in South Texas getting ready for some 5-5 PLO Hi-Lo. This is going to be Big O. It's known as Big O, also as Congress, but this is 5-5 Big O. You can see the stack sizes. We'll go around the table real quick. In seat 1, we have Trucker. He's in for 500. Also in for 500 is seat 2, DGZ. Then we got Commander Picks in for 500. Little VPIP is in for 460. Don Neto in for the minimum 300. Nuno in for 500. Jimbo in for 370. And Gator in for 500 as we get ready for the first hand here at the Texas Card House RGV. It's 5 cards tonight. This is a non-hold'em stream. It's going to be nothing but 5 cards all night. Omaha Hi-Lo 8 or better, but with 5 cards, so it's known as Big O or Congress, depending on where you're from, making sure all the cards get in scanned properly, and there is a lot of cards. As a matter of fact, the dealer forgot about the 5th card. There we go. We got all 5 cards. This is a 5-5 blind game. You can see the 2 red chips. Small blind $5, big blind $5. And it is seat 2's first time playing. There we go. It's his first time playing on the stream. So just reminding him about getting the cards scanned properly. So action's going to be on Commander Picks, and he lets his hand go. We have Little VPIP making the call, has no possible low, but he does have a pair of jacks. Don Neto folding. Nuno making the fold as well. You got Jimbo calling with the jack high spades. Oh, and Gator with aces just calling on the button. A little surprising there. Also, he does have a possible low draw with the ace 3. And it's going to come queen high. Tango runner for the low, but right now there is no low on the board. There has to be 3 cards, 8 or below, that aren't paired up. And pretty big flop here for Little VPIP as he flops a pair and a flush draw. Gator with the better flush draw, making the call, and DGZ with the set of queens, also just making the call. Oh, there's the heart. We might see this first hand start off in fireworks. There is a possible low draw, so Gator actually has the 7 ace for the low. DGZ with the better low, the 6 deuce. He also has a set. So everybody just calling here. Let's see if DGZ calls. He does have the best low draw right now, and he's going to be making the call here. So if the board pairs, then the queens will fill up and there will be no low. looking for a card 8 or below for the low, and it's gonna pair up. So there's only gonna be a high this hand, and DGZ checks. He checks his top full house, and now he's gonna check raise as Gator's calling with the flush here. He's gonna confirm that yes, indeed, he does have queens. He might just call scared of quads, but I don't think he is. Let's see here. Yeah, he's counted out the raise. Looks like it's going to be a min raise, as he has less than 4, or he has 415 in his stack. Oh, 395. He has 395. So we're going to have ourselves a 3-way all-in. The Gator call, it's less than $200 more, and he does have the nut flush. Oh, Gator suspects one of his opponents has his full house, and he's correct, but he's also getting a great price to make the call. No, Gator does fold, so nice fold from Gator there. And he's going to save himself $195. And DGZ, first time playing on the stream, did not even know how to scan his cards, but that's not going to stop him from winning the first pot here tonight at the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. So let's see if the software is set up properly. So we're going to have little VPIP there, rebuying. And we can see that DGZ is up over $700. Bought in for $500, now has $1,200. So sometimes we play a round of each, and every time the button goes to seat 1, then it'll switch to the other game. I do believe they corrected the problem, but we're going to find out together as we are getting ready for hand number 2. Little VPIP getting his rebuy taken care of. And there are the 5 cards getting dealt out. So action will be on little VPIP. Has an ace and a deuce, which would be the nut low draw. Yeah, he just makes the call. Would be a lot nicer if the ace was a diamond instead of the queen or the jack. And Nuno with the aces, just making the call. He also has the 3 to go along with it, and one of the aces is suited. But you do see this a lot early on the stream, where players will play either a little bit tighter than normal or a little bit looser than normal. Just a little feel out period. So I do understand why he's just calling here with the aces, as we have another queen high flop with 2 hearts. This time nobody has hearts and nobody has a queen, but little VPIP having top and bottom pair. He's gonna place a bet here of $20. Nuno with his aces still has the possibility of a low draw. As a matter of fact, he has the best low draw right now with the ace deuce, with the ace 3, since the deuce is on the board. Now the deuce pair and flush get in there, so that's actually going to give Nuno 2 better pair, but it does give little VPIP a full house. And with no possible low, Nuno will let go of his aces with the ace 3. So we are live on the YouTube chat. We are live on the YouTube chat. I do realize we are streaming on multiple platforms. The only access I have the only comments that I have access to, there you go, is going to be the YouTube chat. So if you're watching us on the Facebook and you're making comments, I cannot see them, I cannot reply to them, but I do have access to the YouTube chat, as we have Don Neto. He's got some jacks, has no possible low, as you do need 2 cards in your hand, 8 or below. Gator has 5 cards in his hand, 8 or below. So he's going to make the call. DZ making the call as well. And looks like little VPIP raising it up. Him and DGZ with a very similar hand have suited ace with a deuce. One of them being double suited. The other one having a better backup low with the 3 instead of the 4. And we are going 3 ways to the flop. Don Neto looking for a jack or some spades. No, spades won't work. But it's going to come 7 high. And it's going to check around to DGZ, as he does have a gut shot straight draw with backdoor spades. Going to be making the call, and it looks like it's going to work. So there was already a low on the board. As a matter of fact, he got another ace deuce to fold. There was 3 cards on the board, 8 or below. So the best possible low was going to be the ace deuce. And the low is awarded half the pot. The high is awarded the other half of the pot. So it is a split pot game, but not all the time. Not all the time. There is not always a low.
We have a $15.
And there's going to be our first straddle of the night, $15 straddle on the button, coming from seat 3, Commander Picks. So action's going to start to the left of the straddle. It's going to be on little VPIP.
All right, we got $15 button straddle. Action starts to the small blind.
He is in for 5. I believe he announced call. Big blind calling. Jimbo with the suited ace with some jacks. Does have a possible low. It's not a very good low. It is a 71 low. Everybody with a possible low draw right now, the best one being Commander Picks with the ace-3. And you can see the ace-3 looking really good right now, as a deuce is on the board. So right now he has the best possible low draw. The low has not arrived yet, as there has to be 3 cards, 8 and below. But looks like he is going to bet his low draw. He also has a pair of 8s. Little VPIP with the queen makes the fold. Don Neto not ready to let go just yet. And Jimbo sees that queen and worries that his jacks might not be good. So he's going to make the fold. So Don Neto needed some help here. Oh, and you got Commander Picks hitting the nut low, the 31 low, and then he also has the straight to go along with it. So Don Neto's going to have to get rid of his hand now. Wait, he picked up clubs. He picked up clubs, and he has an 81 low. The low's not good, but the club would be good. We can see there's 2 clubs left in the deck. And And there's not many cards left in the deck, so it might not seem like a lot of outs, but it's actually a decent amount of outs, as there's only, what was there? There was 6 cards left in the deck, I believe. So 40 cards get dealt out. Then there was 4 cards on the board. And then there was 2 cards in the burn, so that's 46. Yeah, so there were 6 cards left in the deck, and 2 of those cards were a club. So the good thing about the software is that it is able to keep track of the cards that have been folded. So you do know the actual outs that the player has. Good evening, Stephen. Or as they say in Mexico, Esteban. Jimbo with the ace-king has a 4 to go with it. He did raise it in first position. His ace is not suited. And you can see pretty much everybody's going to be calling a raise, as we're going to be going 5, 6 ways to a flop. No, 5 ways to a flop, excuse me. And we have a possible low, the ace-3. The low has already been made. Not to say that the low cannot get counterfeited, but right now, the best possible low is going to be the 31. Diamond draw for Gator. And he has an 85 low, not a great low by any means. Not a great flush draw either, so he'll probably be getting rid of this hand with a 75 facing a $75 bet. It's actually a pot-sized bet. So Nuno already has the low made, and he's gonna try to get everybody to fold their high hand. So little VPIP going all in here with this set. So they're just confirming that he's able to go all in. There was $75 in the pot. The bet was 75. So you multiply the 75 times 3. And that's going to be $225 plus the 70. So it was $300. So I'm not sure if he was able to go all in, but another player announced all in either way. So we have bottom set versus the nut, the second nut flush draw. And Nuno calling with his ace-3 has the best low right now, but does not want to see an ace or a 3, as his low will get counterfeited. He does have a backup with the 7. And then you can see Don Neto has the flush draw, and he flopped the straight. So pretty good hand for Don Neto here.
So you only owe 165. All right, we're gonna start with these 2 hands first. Neto, you're in the main pot. No more.
So little VPIP involved in another all in here, 5 hands in. Oh, quads for little VPIP, so that's gonna give him, yeah, so it's gonna be a chop between the quads and the 31 for the low.
31 low. You guys chop it up, bring back the money there.
And Don Neto is going to show that he flopped a straight and had a flush draw, and he's going to throw up his hands in disgust.
No, you guys are more. He had yeah, so you guys take it.
So you can see the cards being highlighted, the low being the, okay, there's the high being highlighted, the quad deuces with the 8, and now the lows being highlighted. The 31, that's a 31 low. So dealer taking care of the pot. It's going to be a 4-hour stream tonight, as it is most Friday nights. Don Neto still in disbelief? Let's see if that gets little V-Pip out of the hole. No, he is still in the hole as he did chop the pot. He chopped the pot.
Barrels, table 9.
So Don Neto will rebuy. And we will continue on here. Action's going to be on Gator under the gun, no straddle this hand. Normally we get about 85 hands in on a normal Hold'em stream. This game does take longer, so we're probably going to get in probably about 66 is my guess. So the dealer making sure all the cards got scanned properly. And Don Neto will get his rebuy taken care of. Gator under the gun. Looks like he's going to call with his 7s. 10 deuce of diamonds. Don Neto with the ace, queen, jack, jack, 7. Oh, and Jimbo put in a play on here out of the blind. His ace is not suited, but he does have 2 other small cards to go along with it, a 5 and a 3. So he really wants to see a deuce come out on the board. Does have diamonds, king high diamonds, and those diamonds are good. Does get a fold out of Nuno as we go 3 ways to a flop. And action's going to be on Jimbo. And we're going to have a low. That deuce came out, so he's got the best possible low right now. And he's going to put out a bet. Oh, Gator going all in with his set. So Gator with the set of 7s. And Jimbo with the ace 3. His 5 is paired up, though. The club changing nothing. And the 3 pairing up. So Jimbo does have a live ace where they will chop it up. Even though his card paired, he is playing the 7-3 deuce, and his low being the 51. So instead of playing the 5, since it paired up, and seat 5 added on 200, or seat 4, I guess. Hello, Kiwi. Got the 5 cards tonight. This is a non-Hold'em stream. Commander picks just making the call with the 10s and the suited ace. Does have a possible low draw, the 6-1. And looks like we're going 3 ways to the flop once again. And it's going to come spades. Nobody has spades. Gator flopping top 2 pair. Commander picks bet in his straight draw. Gator making the call. There is a possible low runner. Those are the outs for the high up top. So board is pairing, no possible low. And now Gator has a 3 pair. And Commander picks is going to bet. This might work as both the flush got there and the full house got there. Gator has top 2 pair, but he's going to get sticky here. Showing Commander picks needs a deuce, but I don't see what that. Oh yeah, I was going to say I don't see what that does. So Commander picks is going to hit a straight with the ace-10. And he's going to check behind and show the ace-10 for the straight. There is no low.
Sí, güey, es lo que iba a decir, güey. Pues le cantó una musiquita o algo, güey. You have a speaker, no? No, yo no. No,
So the only problem is we can't because of copyright on Facebook.
pero podemos cantar, ¿no?
Cántale. But to be honest, if you're too good, we still-
Esa, ¿cuál es?
So get it ready for hand number 8 on this 8-handed game.
Sí, esa, A ver, ¿cuál era? Ay, pues,
Just need the blinds to be posted.
no nos acordamos, pero...
Gator in the small blind, Trucker in the big blind.
Epa, juegas.
I think Jimbo's missing a card. There it is.
Y él la comenzó, ¿verdad?
So DGZ has a suited ace
Comenzó y ya toda la noche la
with the middle cards.
Era de José José.
Nuno folding. Jimbo calling on his button. Does have the queens. Does have a possible low. It's not a very good low. An 83 low. But he does have a possible low. So 2 low cards coming on the board. So that's going to be a 2-3 would be the best low. And Commander picks has the 2-3 in his hand, but he's going to check. Doneto with the pocket deuces. Oh, both Doneto and Commander picks with the deuces. And it's Jimbo making the bet here. Kind of an interesting bet here by Jimbo as he has queens. There's an ace on the board. Doesn't have a 4 in his hand. So small bet of $15. He does fold out a couple of players. Oh, so 2 players with deuces, 2 players with queens. And now Jimbo picking up a backdoor flush draw. Will the low get there? The answer is yes. So Jimbo gonna have the 8-3 for the flush. And the best low is gonna be the 2-3, but nobody with the 2-3. So then we will go with the 5-3. So Trucker with the low and Jimbo with the high. So Trucker with the 53 low. The action, looks like the action's going check around. So I was about to say the 7 did not get scanned, and that's why the camera is still waiting for the players to act, but the players actually acted. Oh, a full house by Doneto. I didn't realize that he had a full house. Neto does have a deuce to block the nut low, which is the deuce 3. And Trucker doesn't want to call, doesn't want to get scooped. So Don Neto on the board. All right, so the button has officially gone around once. And now we got an under the gun straddle from Commander Picks. So Commander Picks straddled when he was on the button, and now he is straddling under the gun.
We have a $15 live straddle.
So action's gonna be on seat 4, little V-Pip.
No, señor.
So everybody's card's getting scanned properly as the camera is zooming in on little V-Pip. And he's going to make the $15 call with the ace 3, 4. Nuno with the kings, calling. Jimbo with the suited ace, also has a 4 to go along with it. Trucker really wants to see an ace on the board, as he has 4 cards, 5 and below. Trucker really wants to see an ace here, as it's going to give him a chance to make the low. Oh, Commander Picks raising his straddle with the ace deuce. The ace is not suited, but he does have a backup. He does have a backup to go along. So he's got an ace, deuce, and a 3. So if any of his cards pair up, then he can still use his other card to make the low. I think Trucker's pretty much getting priced in here. He is going to be closing the action, and he does have 4 cards, 5 and below. So $50 more for Trucker. As I said, he's closing the action, so that might get him to call. Yeah, he's making the call here, as we are going 5 ways to a $330 pot. Pocket Kings cannot make a set, as there is a player with Ace King and a player with King 5. Ace Queen of clubs. Clubs are live. Little V-Pip having diamonds. Nuno having hearts. And it's going to come Queen High, 2 spades. Jimbo having clubs and spades. Only 1 card, 8 or below. So we'll see how aggressive Jimbo plays his hand, as he has top 2 pair. Oh, he checks. It's a little surprising. Oh, that possible backdoor low might come in now, as Nuno picks up a flush draw. The ace deuce still the best low, but there needs to be 1 more card on the board that is 8 or below. I'm a little surprised Jimbo checked his top 2 pair, as everybody checked him on the flop, considering he did have spades. Now, he's not necessarily going after his spades, but he is blocking spades in case somebody has better spades. And there was only 1 low card out there, so he would have been able to fold out a lot of the low draws. And you can fold out the low draws That way you win all of the pot instead of just winning half of the pot with your high hand.
Y un poco de sueño.
Nick Trucker's done with his hand now. Has no hearts, has no spade, has no ace. And there's the fold. Let's try that again. And there's the fold. As predicted, just took a little longer. All right, we're going 4 ways to the river.
All right, we got 4 players. Watch your river.
And there's going to be no low, and the ace-king going to be making the high. So little V-pip with the ace-king, but the high, but Nuno with the king-high flush. And I don't think Nuno's folding his king-high flush. Even though little V-pip does have the blocker. He has the blocker with the ace, and he's going to be going all in. I didn't think Nuno was folding. As a matter of fact, Nuno is raising. So no possible low. The ace-king is the nut straight, but a flush beats a straight. And Nuno's going to show his king-high flush. And little V-pip is going to have to rebuy again if he wants to continue. There is no low. There's only 2 cards, 8 and below. So Nuno will win the pot, and little V-pip will rebuy.
Barrels, table 9.
So as they get the rebuy taken care of, I know we ran the commercial at the beginning for the Trailblazer Series in Espanol. Let's run it in Inglés.
Attention Rio Grande Valley poker players. The $60,000 guaranteed Trailblazer Poker Tour is coming to Texas Card House RGV from December 19th through December 29th. $175 buy-in. Tons of great perks for playing at this tour stop. Flights at 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. every day except Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. For full details, structure, and more, visit TexasCardHouse.com.
Texas Card House RGV, located in Edinburgh, Texas. Like Edinburgh, Scotland, but without the H. Located in South Texas. We're 3 hours south of San Antonio, right on the United States-Mexico border. And of course, the river separated into 2 countries, the Rio Grande River, which is why the area down here is known as the Rio Grande Valley. And which is why we have some of the promos in Spanish, as we do have a lot of players that either live on the other side of the border or grew up on the other side of the border. So a lot of players that are fluent in Spanish, a lot of players from Mexico, as we're about 2 hours north of Monterrey, Mexico. And then the 2 big border towns in the area are going to be Reynosa, Tamaulipas, and Matamoros. If you're a fan of the Little League World Series, the majority of the time, not always, the majority of the time, the country of Mexico is represented by one of the teams from Matamoros. So $25 raise, 5 people calling, and we are going to a king high flop with 2 clubs. Nuno with the ace high clubs and a gut shot straight draw. Commander picks with top pair and a 10 high flush draw, but it is little V-Pip that is leading with his bottom 2 pair. Don Neto going to be making the call here, as he does have the ace deuce for a possible low. Oh, Nuno getting aggressive here. Just won the last pot and is putting those chips to work, as he's going to be raising it up here with his flush draw and straight draw. Also has the ace deuce for the backdoor low. Bottom 2 pair for little V-Pip, and he's going with it. Don Neto will get out of the way, and Nuno will make the call. You can see Nuno needs to improve. He does have 4 outs, which doesn't sound like a lot, but there is actually, he basically has half the deck. He has half the deck because there's 8 cards left in the deck. So he actually has half the deck as his outs here. There's a possible low, and he's going to miss. So the ace, the jack 3, excuse me. No, the ace jack. Yeah, he's playing the ace jack because it's kings and jacks. So any king would have won, but Nuno did not have a king. And little V-Pip will win. Flopped bottom 2 pair, went with it. Winds up getting counterfeited, but it doesn't matter because his opponent didn't have the king, so he is playing ace jack. It's just like Omaha in regards to you have to play 2 cards from your hand. You have to play 2 cards from your hand, and the 2 cards that he's playing is the ace jack. So kings and jacks with an ace kicker for little V-Pip, and he will make some money back. You can see just 2 players in the green right now. DGZ and Nuno. And DGZ actually grew up in Mexico, in Puebla, if I'm not mistaken. And it's kind of funny because a lot of people think that Cinco de Mayo is Mexico's Independence Day, but it is not. It is actually for the Battle of Puebla. The actual Independence Day in Mexico is the 16th of September, el 16 de septiembre. But Cinco de Mayo is easier to say, so I think that's the reason why that caught on. But it's actually just it's just referring to a battle that took place in the city of Puebla, where DGZ's from. So it looks like we are going 4 ways to a flop of $105. And it's going to come all hearts. Nobody with hearts. 2 low cards. The ace deuce is in Gator's hand. Does anybody have 2 pairs set? Gator going to be betting his low. Dealer making sure the cards got scanned, and they did. So Gator going to be betting 65 here with his low draw. And nobody has hearts, so this might work. And it's going to work. So Gator getting it done. It looks like we have a Spanish speaker in the chat.
Tuvieron la musiquita aquí, pues, pinche. Mira el dormido, el dormilón.
Commander picks with the straddle on the button. Trying to build these pots early on. Going to be building it in position.
Hey, let it go, dog. Hey, I'm here. I'm only here to have you guys entertained.
Don Neto needing to call another 10. Will do so with his ace king 4. Nuno making the call with the ace king 4. His ace is suited, does have diamonds. Does have the better backup with the 5. Oh, this. Oh, Don Neto also has diamonds here. Yeah, this is not going to be good for Don Neto. It is not going to be good for Don Neto. You can see Nuno flopping the nuts with the redraw to the nuts. And let's see if he says pot. No, he's just calling here. Yeah, Gator also voted diamonds, but only 6 diamonds. I don't think the diamonds are going to get there, but Don Neto is getting free rolled right now. No low possible. It's a red card, but it's not a diamond. These players with the same hand, the ace king, and these players with the same redraw. They both have redraw with diamonds. Don Neto's just realizing that he's getting free rolled. I think there's too many diamonds folded, but we'll see. Yeah, they're going to chop it up. Yeah, so Don Neto thought that he had it. But they will chop it up. So the dealers change out every hour on the stream, as we are about 50 minutes into tonight's stream. These players did start playing just after 7 p.m. is when they started. I want to say, yeah, 7:03. Cards were in the air at 7:03. And then with the 15-minute delay, we started streaming at just after 7:15. No straddle this hand. Nuno is the big blind. Five cards does take a little bit longer to deal than to hold them. Twice as long to deal. All right, so Nuno putting out his big blind. Action on Jimbo. Jimbo making the fold under the gun. Gator making the call with the 3-deuce-4. Also has some clubs. Commander picks coming along with his queen high and hearts. And little V-Pip raising it with his 2-pair, queens and jacks. Also has a possible straight draw with the jack 7. Also has diamonds. Don Neto with hearts and an ace and a deuce. And he's going to be putting on the 3-bet here. So 90 to go is little V-Pip making it 25. Don Neto 3-betting. So whenever you do announce pot, whatever the last action was, you multiply that by 3. So it's a $25 raise. You multiply that by 3, you get $75. And then you count up the calls. So there was a couple of people that called, which brought the total to $90. There's 3 people that called. Ace high coming on the flop. Still a possible low. But I think little V-Pip's just going to have to fold here with the ace out there. Also has no low draw. No emergency low. Needs 2 cards in his hand, 8 or below. You can see 2 queens have been folded. 2 sevens have been folded. So he cannot hit the high, and he cannot hit a low since he has no low draw in his hand. Doneto standing up, hovering over him. It's too much for him to call. It's going to be 180. Yeah, it's too much. He's going to get rid of it, and Doneto will take his seat. So I know we have 6 or 7 tables going on right now at the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. The Friday free row going on. I believe it had about 3 or 4 tables. And then we have just some normal hold'em. A couple of tables of that. 1-3 no limit Texas hold'em. As a matter of fact, registration getting ready to close for the free row. It's going to be closing here in 2 minutes. Looks like we have 40 players in for the free row. 40 players in for the free row. $2,000 guaranteed every Friday night here at the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. Of course, you can find us on social media, TCH.RGV. TCH, of course, standing for Texas Card House. RGV standing for Rio Grande Valley. So TCH.RGV. As we do have a possible low. Does anybody have it? Little V-Pip has no possible low. The ace for the ace 8 Doneto. The 5 is paired up. Yeah, so Doneto actually has a low right now. The only low. The emergency low. He wasn't betting his low, he was betting his high, the 4s. But he was the only player with the low. So he will bet and everybody will fold. And we will move on to the next hand. So it looks like Jimbo's away from the table. They will go ahead and post his blind. Something unique to the stream. It's kind of like when you play in a tournament where you do get blinded out. Same deal when you're playing on the stream. Just the way that the software is set up. These players are aware that they will get blinded out. So normally if you're playing in a cash game here at the Texas Card House, if you're not at your seat and you're the small blind or big blind, you will get a missed blind button. So when you come back, you will just pay what you owe. Oh, Jimbo's back. Making sure that all the cards got scanned properly. Action should be on Trucker. And whenever the camera doesn't go to the action right away, that means somebody's cards did not get scanned. And it looks like it was seat 4 there. So there are 5 different cameras in the room, but they are all automatic cameras. There's the overhead shot, and then there's a camera on each corner. So anytime the action is on a player, it will automatically switch to that camera. And if the action is on no player, then it'll be the overhead shot. Doneto winning the last hand, raising it up here with this suited ace. And nobody wants to play against him. So we should have a dealer change in about another 5 minutes. We do have Jeremiah starting us off tonight. So Trucker is the big blind. I actually have a story about Trucker's brother, who's also a truck driver. Well, Trucker used to be a truck driver. I believe his brother still is a truck driver. Oh, Doneto getting aggressive. Has ace-king suited again with a deuce and a 5. And he's putting the pressure on. Commander picks, raised it to 15. He's going to be calling here. Does have spades, does have clubs, and has the emergency low with the 7-5 as we're going heads up to a flop. Commander picks looking for some black cards. And it's going to come queen high. Commander picks flopping top pair. Also has a gut shot straight draw needing a 4. And Doneto. Yeah, Doneto asking how much the pot is. And Commander picks with, so he has $300 left. So I think he's going to fold, but we'll see. Really feels like his opponent has aces here. And he's going to let it go. So 3 in a row for Doneto. Nice hand. So he's still in the red. But he is only $50 away from breaking even. Commander picks with the straddle. So action's going to be on seat 4. This game is only played 8-handed. That is the max. As there are 40 cards dealt out. Each player gets 5 cards. 5 times 8, 40 according to my public education math. So then that leaves 5 cards for the board, 3 cards for the burn. That's 48. So then there's 4 cards left if we go to showdown. Little V-pip with the ace, king, queen, 6-4. Doneto saying just call. I think he only had just one random green chip, so he wanted to get rid of the green chip. Oh, Gator raising it up here. Jimbo with the ace is just making the call. And how much does he have in his stack? It looks like he added on. He might have enough chips to get players to fold if he puts in the back raise here. No, he's just going to call. So we're going 4 ways to a flop of $265. So you can see all the action is complete on the graphics. Camera switches over to the overhead shot, and we will see the flop. And little VPIP flopping a full house. The ace deuce is still the best low. Nobody has it. Ace three, the second best low. Gator also has clubs. So little VPIP leading right out. I do like this play. The low has not been made, so you want to charge your opponents for the low. You know, you pretty much have the high wrapped up here. Yeah, Gator does have a low draw, and it looks like it's, yeah, it looks like he can't get counterfeited because he has the 5 to go along with it. Oh, we could go runner for a straight flush, right? 6 of spades on the turn for fun. 6 of spades on the turn for fun. Come on, Jeremiah. 6 of spades. We still don't have a low yet. Oh, and there is no low. There is no low. There has to be 3 cards, 8 and below, that are not paired. So there's only a high, and little VPIP will win with his 4 fours.
Barrels. Table 9.
Looks like Playground Sports watching from St. Anthony tonight. He didn't know San San is actually a Spanish for saint. And Antonio, of course, translates to Anthony. All right, we do have a dealer change, and while they take care of the dealer change, we will remind you about the Trailblazer Series.
Want to win a brand new Chevy Trailblazer SUV? The Trailblazer Points Championship is here. The more you play and the higher you rank in the Trailblazer Poker Tour, the better your chances are. The best tournament player in the Trailblazer Poker Tour drives away with this grand prize. For full details on the Trailblazer Poker Tour and the Points Championship, visit TexasCardHouse.com.
Trailblazer Series going to be making a stop here on the 19th of December, so about 2 weeks away from that. Just under 2 weeks away from that. So dealer change, looks like we have Enrique coming in.
¿Quieren pedo o qué? Como no me tocó el llamado, te jugar esta, güey, la neta. Uh-oh, no player in. For real, dog. Rizzo. I wish.
Looks like everybody calling the raise.
There's bluff, a lot of bluff. I don't got the ball. Well.
King high flop, 2 3s, DGZ with a 3. And it does get checked around to Trucker on the button. And he will also check. Queen coming on the turn. The 3-3s of DGZ still good. And he's going to check again. Yeah, I was about to say it did not pick up the queen, but there's the queen. And now the camera should go to DGZ real quick. And it's checked around to Trucker again. No, he checks. Does anybody have spades? Spades got there. Nobody has spades. So the 3-3s are going to be good for the high. That is not a king, that is a deuce. That is not a king, that is a deuce. So the 3-3s are going to be good for the high. Oh, Trucker announcing pot here. Once again, that is a deuce of spades. Nobody has spades. BGZ regretting that he didn't bet his trips on the turn. That is a 2 of spades on the river. As the card reader picking up something wrong there. DGZ feels like Trucker is up to something. So he's thinking about calling. The only issue or problem is he has 4 players behind him. Oh, he's not a believer. Trucker's not going to be happy. That's a 2 of spades on the river, so the trips are good. Oh, yeah, so DGZ had a full house. I didn't realize he filled up with the deuce. Trucker going to show that he had nothing. Yeah, make sure you hit that like button if you like the 5 cards. As I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, this is a non-hold'em stream, so make sure you do hit the like button. That way it helps us out with the algorithm. Doneto with those middle cards. Nuno not realizing that Doneto hadn't acted yet. Oh, Trucker just losing the last hand, picking up aces with the deuce. And he's going to raise it to 25. Looks like a little VPIP going to be calling with his 4 or 5 of diamonds. And Gator coming along with his 2 pairs, 9s and 4s. And the low has arrived. The ace-3 is the best low, but nobody has that. Does anybody have a 5-3? Nope, Gator has a set of 4s. Oh, Trucker has clubs here, so he's not going anywhere. He also does have a low of 81. And that's going to be better than Gator's low, because Gator does not have a low. He paired up his 4. So Trucker going to get out of the way with his flush draw. And I guess the dealer hasn't let the production crew know that Trucker folded, as it's still showing that he's thinking, but we see he has already made the fold, and little VPIP has made the call. There we go. Ace arriving, so the 5-3 is the straight. And Little VPIP has a low here with his 5-6, 56 low. He's worried about the 53 though. The 5-3 also making a straight with the ace. But Gator, not worried about the straight. Gator don't care. Gator's betting his set. So this will be a chop pot if Little VPIP makes the call, but he is going to make the fold. Worried about the 5-3, the 53. So I was talking earlier about Cinco de Mayo, and it is not actually Mexico's Independence Day, as that is the 16th of September. But today, December the 6th, is actually Finland's Independence Day. So if you are watching from Finland, or if you are Finnish, is that the proper term, Finnish? Then happy Independence Day to you. It's also Giannis Antetokounmpo, the Greek Freak's birthday. Commander picks with the $15 straddle. Action is going to be on a Little VPIP. He will get out of the way, and looks like he's going to take a little break. Gator raising it with the, or is he just making the call of the straddle? Was it a $25 straddle or a $15 straddle? Yeah, it was a $25 straddle actually. Oh, and Commander Pick's going to be potting it here. $160. Has a suited ace, has hearts, has a bunch of low cards. Gator is not folding aces. So Gator's calling for sure. Nuno does have a suited ace, and he has the best low with the deuce. Oh, and he's making the call here. So Nuno is one of the two winners tonight, and he's putting those chips to work here. As I said, Gator is not folded, and that's going to leave Trucker with the decision, as the raise was to 135. And looks like he's going with this hand. Not a great hand, to be honest with you, as he has 10 high diamonds that aren't good, and he has a 7-5 low. So Commander Pick's not going to be able to re-raise, just going to call. And we're going to have ourselves a pretty big pot here. So 165 times 4, that's going to be about $700. $670.
Side action.
Side action.
3 players on the side.
So one more low card for the low to arrive. Nuno's deuce paired up, but he has the backup. He has the 3, so he still has the best low draw. Commander Picks going all in with his straight draw. and Gator calling. So now we have a side pot. We have 2 players all in, and we have a pot of almost $1,000. There's still action between Nuno and Gator. Oh, the deuce pairing up, so trips for Nuno, and he has diamonds. Huge turn for Nuno. So there's going to be no low. There's going to be no low, but the trips are going to be good for Nuno. Nuno going to be scooping here. Oh, that was a queen on the river, so he actually boated up with the queen. Yeah, he boated up with the queen. And there's only 2 cards, 8 and below, so no low. But he had the ace-3 for the low draw. Had the trip, so Nuno with the big pot. I think that's going to take him to the top of the leaderboard. And Trucker and Commander Picks will need a rebuy, and it sounds like they're asking for fichas, which is slang in Spanish for chips. So don't forget about the Trailblazer series. It has started in less than 2 weeks here in the Rio Grande Valley. Essentially over 50K guaranteed for less than $200. But the bigger thing is the bottom. 2x leaderboard points. One person will automatically qualify for the 50K free roll. You have the bag bonus. You can bring your 2 biggest bags forward, and then you min cash on the other ones. Plus, you can get unlimited hours here if you play the most flights. So real good bonuses for this event. So both Nuno and DGZ up over 1,000 each. One of them 1,100, one of them 1,200. Everybody else in the red. Although Little VPIP making a little comeback. He's in for 3 buy-ins. He rebought twice. So he's in for 3 buy-ins, as is Don Neto. No, Don Neto's just in for 1 rebuy. He's in for 2 bullets. So action's going to be on Jimbo. Jimbo going to be raising it up under the gun. Gator making the call. Somebody's card's in its scan. All right, everybody's cards are scanned. Jimbo with the ace deuce and the pocket tens. And looks like he's enjoying a tableside massage. As tableside massages are available here at the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. $1 a minute, $1 a minute. Great way to unwind at the end of the day, at the end of the week. Come play poker and get a tableside massage. So Trucker turning up the aggression here. He's announcing pot. So it'll be 15 times 3 is 45 plus the trail is 60. So it's going to be 70. So Trucker did announce pot. And the dealer's just making sure that everybody folded.
Hunter, you're in the hat?
Pero este vato no me conoce todavía en la verga. Quiere que me conoce a la verga.
So,
Estoy diciendo,
looks like we have
estoy diciendo que no me hables así a mí.
a $70 raise.
A mí no me hables así a la verga.
It looks like Trucker and C2 with a little disagreement there. Sometimes happens at the poker table, and even happens on the stream. Yeah, so it looks like they're calling the floor over as both Trucker and DGZ seem to have a little disagreement. Oh, Jimbo going with the hand here. Let's see if Trucker re-raises. I kind of like a re-raise from Trucker here just to get isolated, to get Don Neto out of the pot. But he's just going to make the call, and that should price in Don Neto. Don Neto actually has the better hand compared to Trucker. Oh, there's the all-in. I do like that play. Really puts pressure on Don Neto, but Don Neto's not going anywhere. All right, three-way all-in. All three players with the ace-deuce for the low, but Don Neto has the best backup with the 3. Jimbo has the best hand right now with the 10s. Has hearts and diamonds, but both his opponents also have ace-high hearts and diamonds. So away we go to a over $1,000 pot. King coming on the flop with hearts. Don Neto with a huge flop. And Don Neto gonna be winning it here with trips. There is no low. There is no low. There has to be 3 cards, 8 or below. There are only 2 cards, 8 or below. So it's gonna be a scoop for Don Neto, the Don. So it looks like Logan tuning in tonight from just south of the border. Well, it's also wet and cold here, but we do have good internet here. Wet, cold, and poor internet. Gotta love Reynosa. So we're in the city of Edinburgh. The city next to us is the city of Pharr, Texas. That's Pharr with a PH and 2 R's at the end, so P-H-A-R-R. And then right next to Pharr, or right on the other side of the river, is going to be Reynosa, Mexico. And then just west of Pharr, you have the city of McAllen, which is the biggest city here in Hidalgo County. About 150,000 people there. And that is where the main airport for this area is, McAllen Miller International Airport. Airport code MFE, with daily direct flights on American Airlines to Dallas, on United Airlines to Houston, on Delta Airlines to Austin, and direct flights to Las Vegas and Florida on Allegiant Air. Hello, Dora. And they also have direct flights down to Mexico as well.
Yo lo tengo el dinero, nomás que no me estás diciendo que no me conviene ir para afuera a la verga. Porque si yo soy quien a la verga, ¿qué, güey? Me dijiste que no me convenía ir para afuera, güey. Eso fue lo que más me rezó la verga. ¿Quién iba a ir para afuera? Yo me estoy diciendo, güey. No me voy a seguir ese esposo, güey. La neta como camarada, güey. Está bien, no pasa nada.
No, that's happening. Just me supposedly doing it on standing. That's it.
All right, we have 6 ways to the flop. Gator with aces, he actually flops bottom 2 pair, but it is Jimbo leading out. Gator making the quick call, Jimbo with a straight draw. And we are going 4 ways to a turn, looking for a 7 or below for the low. That's not it. Gator going to be filling up 8s full. Nobody with pocket aces. Let's see if Gator puts out a big bet here. I do like a big bet. That way you fold out the lows. Kind of a small bet, just the tray 5, 35 KD. Don Neto does have the 32 low, and he's going to be making the call. Don Neto wants to see an ace on the river, which would make his 32 low the best low possible. No low, so it is going to be the full house. There's only a high, and that high is a full house. Don Neto at the 9-7 for the straight draw, and the 32 for the low draw. So less than 2 weeks away from the Trailblazer Series right now. The Poker Atlas Tour is going on at TCH Social in Austin. This is the event running right now. It is known as the Stockin' Stuffer. Final table, the final flight is going to be on Saturday. Day 2 on Sunday. The final table will be streamed on TCH Live. Will be streamed on this channel on Monday. So this is the tournament series going on in Austin right now. So Don Neto now in the green after he turned up the aggression and got involved in a 3-way all-in. Trucker with the suited ace also has a 6 and a 3 to go with it. Not sure if he's going to call. I think he's going to call. Little short on chips there. It's showing he only has $40, but he does have more, so the dealer will let the production crew know that he does have. He'll give him a chip count. 192 is the chip count. So the production crew will get that corrected. And there it is, corrected. Hashtag technology. Trucker raising it to 20. Jimbo with the aces. He's going to be repotting it here. It's going to be 85. Does have a suited ace, does have a deuce to go with it. Trucker, the initial raiser, will be calling. Commander picks coming along, and we're going 3 ways to a $200 pot. $195 to be exact. Check that, $260. Possible low, but it's going to have to go back door. Queen 10 is a straight, and Trucker has the Queen 10. Jimbo going with it. Trucker with the quick call. Commander picks. Don't think he can call. So Jimbo going to be a little surprised that he's up against a straight here and not a set. Still has a chance to hit the low. Still has the chance to hit the low. And it's going to be no low, the board pairing, but the straight is going to win. So Jimbo hitting the straight with the 7. You can see he's playing the 9-10, but the Queen 10 is the better straight. So the main event, the title event, excuse me, for the Poker Atlas Tour going to be taking place next weekend. So this weekend you have the Stocking Stuffer. Say that 3 times really fast. And then next weekend at TCH Austin, you have the title event. And then, sorry, wrong pocket. And then after that event, the Trailblazer Series will be here at Texas Card House, RGV.
If you're mad at me, I get sad. I'll tell you that right now. And you know it. Yes or no?
I kind of agree.
Letting you know. You have no right to get mad at me. Because I fold. He was hitting on my girl.
Oh, shit. That's big shit right there.
Hey, but which one? Which one? Dile, hey, you got too many, güey.
Nuno squeezing his cards, has the suited ace. He will make the call. Jimbo looks like he has about $90 left, and he's ready to get them all in. He can't go all in since it's pot limit, but he will raise it to 35 with his ace deuce, has a suited ace. Gator getting out of the way. Trucker in the big blind with some queens. Just won the last 10, but he will make the fold. DGZ makes the call with his ace king 5-6. Little VPIP with the ace deuce will probably be calling here. So now Nuno, I think Nuno's getting priced in here. He has a suited ace. Yeah, he's getting priced in. All right, we are going 4 ways to a flop. Possible low. Also have clubs. DGZ with the clubs. Also has an 8. Nobody with a queen. So the 8 is actually the best hand right now, and he has the clubs. But it is little VPIP. Oh. So Jimbo was on the button. He announced that he was all in. He was all in no matter what came on the flop. Like I said, he was getting ready to get his chips in there. And little VPIP betting the 50 to put him all in. It was actually 55, so he'll put in the extra 5. Don't know what the turn is. Don't know if the low got there. Let's see the overhead shot. Yeah, the low got there. The ace deuce is good for the low, but little VPIP also has the low. And then the clubs get there? No. It's not a 9 on the river. It wasn't a 9 on the river. So the ace deuces. So somebody has 2 pairs. It is not a 9 of clubs on the river, and this is what sometimes messes up the graphics when one of the cards on the board reads wrong. But somebody is getting quarters, so he does have the high, but it is not because of the flush. Just happened to work out. So DGZ with 2 pair, he will win the high, and then the ace deuce of little VPIP and the ace deuce of Jimbo will be chopping the second half of the pot for the low. The commander picks with the straddle, trying to build those pots. I always find it funny at a poker table when a player complains that the game is quote-unquote tight, but that player never straddles. Because that's one of the reasons why you straddle. The table's playing a little tight. You can straddle to loosen it up. And I've seen that happen a lot of times where the player that complains about how tight the game is, they either won't straddle or they'll also be really tight.
Oh, that's scary.
So $15 live straddle. Nuno with kings also has some spades and deuces. And Jimbo's just ready to get it all in. Does have a suited ace and a 3 and a 4 to go with it. Commander Pick's going to be calling with his queens. And Nuno will be closing the action, so he's going to call with his piles of chips. Possible backdoor low, but you can see Jimbo flopping the nut flush draw. And Nuno flopping top set. So Nuno putting out a pot-sized bet. Commander picks his fold in, so Jimbo just letting him know that that's all he has. You can see Jimbo has 3 outs for the flush. Oh, that's an awesome card for him. Yeah, so Jimbo's going to scoop here. Jimbo is going to scoop. Ace high flush and a ace 3 low. A 31 low. So the ace 4 of hearts, that's his high. And the ace 3, that's his low. So that was actually nut for Jimbo. Best possible hand is the ace high flush. He has it. The best possible low is 31, since there's a deuce on the board, and he has that as well. So that's going to take Nuno down from first to second, but still up over 1,000.
Empezó porque alguien perdió en esa mano y sacaron dinero. Alguien sacó dinero y pusieron, no sé, yo estaba allá afuera, yo voy regresando y perdieron a alguien en esa mano, perdió, y sacaron dinero para comprar más fichas. Entonces yo llegué y dije, ¿qué pasó? Y él dice que me estaba burlando de él. Yo ni había visto que él había perdido la mano, yo vi al comandante que perdió la mano. So
action's going to be on Little VPIP.
yo pensé de qué pasó porque hicieron scoop a alguien, ¿verdad? Tú lo hiciste scoop y ahí lo hiciste.
Somebody's card's not scanned. All right, everybody's cards are scanned. Action UTG under the gun. Little VPIP going to be making the call. Doneto with the fold. Nuno also with the fold. Jimbo raising it up here. Makes it 15. 15 en español. Gator with the jack high and the trace. We'll get out of the way. Trucker not at his seat. And DGZ making the call from the small blind with the suited ace. As we are going 4 ways to a flop. And the flop's going to be king high. Need one more card, 6 or below, for the low to come. You can see DGZ with a wrap, the 4, 5, 6 with the wrap. But it's going to be Jimbo that is betting his open ender. Actually, he has a wrap too because the 10. No, a 10 makes him a straight, but it makes it 6-9 a straight too. So he will win. He had the ace deuce as well for the low.
Yo nada más supe cuando él puso la primera.
On to hand number 27, the 999. Looks like we got a misdeal. And while they take care of the misdeal, vamos a hablar en español.
Atención jugadores de póker del Valle. Trailblazer Tour de $60,000 llega a Texas Card House RGV desde el 19 al 29 de diciembre. Solo $175 para entrar, además de múltiples premios. Habrán 2 oportunidades diarias para entrar. Para más detalles visite a texascardhouse.com.
Looks like Trucker's back in his seat. And action's going to be on Doneto. So Trucker used to be a truck driver. That's how he got his name. Doneto actually owns some semi-trucks. Don't know if Trucker drove for Doneto. I don't think he did. So tonight's Friday night free roll. It is free to enter. However, you are allowed to add on. So we had 42 total entries, and we had 143 add-ons. So it's a $2,000 prize pool guaranteed. Prize pool is actually going to be $24.40 tonight. So first place taking home $750. The top 5 spots pay in. Min cash $255. First place $750. Almost a $2,500 prize pool for tonight's free roll. Commander picks with the clubs and with the straight. Doneto also has clubs and now has 2 pair. Showing Doneto's has. There we go. There's the 6. I was about to say it is Doneto that needs to hit. Only one out left for Don Neto. That's not it. Do we have a low? Ace-3 low? Yeah, Don Neto's going to be getting quartered here. Yeah, it's going to be quarter. They both have the same low, the 31 low. But Commander Picks has a 5-3 for a straight. So Don Neto going to be getting quartered. Yeah, so a quick trick here is whenever a player gets quartered, they will pay half of whatever the bet is. So Commander Picks had $250, and Don Neto giving him $125 since he got quartered. So whatever the all-in player is, if that player is winning 3/4 of the pot, then the player will pay him half of what his stack is. Commander Picks, I think, has been the only one putting on stratos. And he puts out a $25 strato. Little VPIP calling with the suited ace. Also has deuces and a 5. Don Neto with 3 small cards, actually 4 small cards, but 3 that he likes. Really wants to see an ace on the board. Gator calling, no possible low for Gator. Needs 2 cards, 8 and below. No possible low, but Gator don't care. Gator's calling. $100 in the pot, exactly. And we're going to have a low right off the bat. So who has the 2-3? That's Don Neto with the 2-3. Also has a 5 as backup just in case if one of his cards pairs up. Let's see if Don Neto raises here. Yes, indeed. He says the magic word. And the magic word in this game is pot. Normally the magic word is all in no limit hold'em. But the magic word in PLO is pot. And this should get the job done. And does.
Espera un poco. Es que tú lo comenzaste y se grabó, güey, toda la noche.
If you know of anybody who has cashed in any of the Trailblazer events, there was an event in October at TCH Social in Austin. There was an event last month at Texas Card House in Spring. So if you know of anybody that cashed in any of those events, then they have earned points. And the reason why those points are important is whoever has the most points at the end of the series is going to win a brand new car. That's right. That's one of the reasons why it's called the Trailblazer Series. The top points earner, the player of the series, going to be winning a Chevrolet Trailblazer. But it's going to be double points down here, which is why I mentioned it. It's going to be double points down here. Double your pleasure, double your fun. Jimbo raising it with his suited ace, has the 4 to go with it under the gun. Gator with the quick call with the ace deuce. It is suited. Commander Picks calling with his suited ace, has a 3 and a deuce for the low. Don Neto also makes the call. Nuno getting out of the way, and we are going 5, ways to a flop. And it's going to be 2 jacks. Gator with a jack. There's also 2 hearts on the board. Commander picks with some hearts. $80 in the pot. And Gator going to be betting just under half pot. Putting out the OKD. 35. The Slim Reaper. Of course, he's a University of Texas product. Looks like Don Neto's thinking about calling here. And he is going to make the call. His hearts are actually good. He does not know that. So we're going heads up. Don Neto needing a 9. Oh, Don Neto picking up a straight draw. He actually has a wrap. Don Neto with the wrap. And the low's going to get there. Gator has the ace deuce for the low and has the trips with the jack. So it's going to be a scoop. Oh, excuse me. The river was something else. The river was not a 3 of hearts. Don Neto hit a flush. So the river was a heart, but it was not the 3 of hearts. Three players in the green, 5 players in the red. Gator being the reddest. And Don Neto going to be putting on a straddle. I believe it is $10. So action is going to be on Nuno. The action does start to the left of the straddle, even if it's on the button. No Mississippi straddle, no Hard Rock straddle, no Ultimate Last Action straddle. As a matter of fact, I think they did away with button straddles at the Win. The Win Poker Room, which is located inside the Encore. I think currently, in my opinion, that's the best poker room in Vegas right now. The Win Poker Room inside of Vegas. Inside of the Encore. Actually hosting a big event themselves right now as well. And we are going 5 ways to a flop. Possible low draw, need one more card, 8 or below. It's going to be all clubs. Jimbo with the king high clubs going to lead here. Also has a straight draw with the 5 deuce. Actually, yeah, because the 6 makes him a straight, but this little VPIP making the call with his 2 pair. And Don Neto coming along with his 10 high flush. There's the flush. 10 high flush versus king high flush. Jimbo going to be betting again here. He does have a low draw. The 5 deuce for the low. That might be the best low draw right now. Yeah, Don Neto does not have a low draw, but he has a flush. So Don Neto's drawn dead. Yeah, 0 outs. Actually a queen or a 10, but those are folded. So the low does not get there. The king high flush is going to be good. And Jimbo going to be calling, and he will show the king high flush. And Don Neto going to be taking a hit. Yeah, there is no low. So Jimbo with the double up.
55.
Jimbo, a part-time dealer. So as I said about the double points for the Trailblazer series, those points count for the Chevy Trailblazer, and they also count for the 50K free roll. So the top 50 at the end of the series are going to play in a 50K free roll. You also get to take your 2 biggest bags forward, and any other bag after that, you will get a mint cash for it. And then the last one's really cool, especially if you are from the area. You get unlimited hours if you fire the most bullets. There's going to be a lot of flights. 2 flights a day, beginning on December the 19th, not including New Year's Eve and Christmas. Trucker with the Ace King Jack Jack just makes the call. Little V-Pip making the call with his suited ace. Also has a 5 and a 6. It looks like everybody's just going to limp here. And we are going 7 ways to a flop. Possible backdoor low. Queen Jack is the nuts. Nobody with Queen Jack. Jack 7 the second nuts. Nobody with Jack 7. And 6-7 the third nuts. Somebody with the 6-7. But it's actually little V-Pip betting his pair and straight draw. A jack or a 7 makes him a straight. Doneto calling with his sucker straight. It is the best hand right now. So 7 ways to the flop, and looks like we're going to go 5 ways to the turn. There's the straight for the Jack 10. So Nuno with the straight. But it looks like Gator is going to be leading here with his 2 pair. There is a possible low. We need another card at 6 or below for the low to come in. And the best low is both Gator and Trucker right now. They both have a 41 low. Trucker picking up spades with the 7 of spades. It's only $20, so he's calling for sure. Might be raising. He does have the blockers with the pocket jacks, but he just makes the call. And Nuno actually has the best hand right now. Oh, and he's going to fold. So Nuno folded the best hand on the turn. And he would have wound up winning the pot. So both Gator and Doneto has a 7. They both have 2. They both have 2 of the cards to make a straight. 9-7. Little V-Pip has 5-6, but he's only going to be able to make a 9 high straight with the 5-6. So Doneto with the 7-6, he'll make a 10 high straight, and Gator with the 9-7 will make the 10 high straight. And Nuno's, you can see Nuno smiling, knowing that he probably folded the winner. He had the 2 jacks for the blocker, so I'm a little surprised that he folded. Oh, Trucker put it on the move here. We saw him do this earlier, but he got called. And Gator just might call here because Gator don't care. Oh, Gator folded. Ah, Trucker's gonna show it. Trucker's gonna show it. Oh, he's gonna show the 2 jacks.
I did it. You did. What is right? Popping it.
So I believe we have a dealer change coming up after this hand, as we are exactly halfway into tonight's stream. If you still haven't hit the like button, what are you waiting for? Where else are you going to see a non-Hold'em stream? Where else are you going to see a 5-card high-low game? TCH Live.
Hey, I did it.
We are one of 6 Texas Card House locations across the state of Texas. One of 4 streaming locations. So we are streaming tonight from South Texas. You also have TCH Austin in Central Texas. They stream. Texas Card House Dallas in North Texas. They stream. And Texas Card House Houston in East Texas. They stream. The only 2 locations that do not stream are Texas Card House Spring, which is north of Dallas, and TCH Social Las Colimas, which is next to Dallas. Gator with the aces. There's no, he doesn't have aces. He has ace queen. It's hearts. Has to go backdoor for the low, but Don Neto with a really good hand here. He has a pair, a flush draw, and a straight draw, but it is Gator who's going to be leading here with his queens, no hearts. DGZ going to be getting rid of his cards. As I said, Doneto has a good hand, and he's going to be raising with that good hand. He announces pot. Jimbo with a very similar hand to Doneto, but he's not going to be able to call the raise. He also had a straight draw and a flush draw. Gator also not going to be able to call. So it looks like some of these players away from the table, as they are taking a dinner break. They did say they will not be long. So it looks like we're going to be playing 5-handed. So Trucker is small blind. DGZ, the big winner of the night, is the big blind, and action is on. Commander picks. All right, looks like we're 6-handed as Little V-Pip taking his seat. Commander picks with the kings. Coming along. Jimbo with a small raise here. Has an ace and a 5. And some jacks that are suited. So Trucker put it on the 3-bet here. Doesn't have a suited ace, but he has 2 deuces to go with it. So he is blocking a lot of the lows with the two deuces. So the 3-bet definitely has Jimbo's attention. He's actually going to jump out of his seat as we are going heads up to a flop of $135. Trucker with diamonds. Jimbo with jacks and spades. And Jimbo with a set of jacks. $135. Let's see if he goes. Let's see if he says the magic words a pot. Oh, he just bets 50 here with the set. He has the ace of clubs for the blocker. He has the ace of clubs for the blocker, so maybe that's why he's choosing a smaller size in here, as he doesn't think his opponent has clubs. His opponent does have clubs. There are 4 high clubs, but there's no more clubs left in the deck. Still a possible low. Still a possible low. The ace deuce, the best low. And Jimbo should be going all in here. As a matter of fact, he has exactly a pot-sized bet. $235 in the pot. He has $235 in his stack. And he goes all in. Put in Trucker to the test. Looks like Trucker's gonna call with his ace deuce. Needs a small card to chop. Needs a small card to chop. So Trucker does not want the board to pair. And there will be a low, so it's going to be a chop pot. So the set of jacks for the high and the 42 for the low. It's actually showing the acey-deucey for the low because it thinks that the river is a 7. But the river was not a 7. All right, so we got the dealer change. And of course, whenever the dealer changes, we remind you about the Poker Atlas Tour.
For the first time ever, the Poker Atlas Tour is coming to TCH Social Austin, December 3rd through 16th. 15 different tournaments, including the $250,000 stocking stuffer and the $500,000 title event. For full details, structures, and satellite information, visit the Poker Atlas app or TexasCardHouse.com.
Any high card? Any club?
So exactly halfway into tonight's stream, as we have Jeremiah taking over for the next hour.
Boy.
You'll get the button to move.
Yeah, lucky boy. Hey, brother. Boy. That is very word. No, he's not asking his brother. The fucking brother. Boy. Hey, open seat or no?
Sí, open seat, yeah. There's a whole lista que quiere venir.
So it looks like
Que lo vayan llamando.
Pero dijeron
Doneto checking out early tonight.
No, señor. No, como falta de respeto porque...
I do know that we have a waiting list for this game, so we'll see who takes that seat.
Me pueden ganar los $5,000 que tengo en la voz. Fácil.
I think there was about 3 or 4 waiting. Well, there's actually 6 waiting.
Se lo voy a ganar a ellos, que ellos están...
So 6 players waiting for a seat in this game, and we have an open seat. So we should be filling the seat pretty quickly, as we are going 3 ways to a queen high flop. Backdoor low available. Set of 5s. bottom set for a little V-pip. He's gonna bet, and Commander picks with top pair. Yeah, he's gonna fold. Top pair normally good in Hold'em, not so much so in Omaha. Rolling with the Queen of Hearts. So Doneto, a small winner, which would leave us 2 players in the green. And as I said, we should be getting that seat filled pretty quick, and it looks like we do. So dealer getting an exact chip count. That way he'll let the production crew know. And it's going to be seat 5. That's seat 6, excuse me. There's no seat 5. There's no seat 5 since this game is 8-handed. So it's going to be Juan. He's in for 380.
Hey. Oye, hey. Es la pregunta que te
Is he going to be adding on?
Ya miré. Very good.
Oh, Juan showing up to a good hand. Has the ace with the deuce, has some hearts, and the 5 for some backup. Back up to the low, that is. Commander thinks. Commander picks. We'll check his option, and we're going 5 ways to a flop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th. And it's going to be 9, 9, 10. And as I said, Juan just sat down and he flopped trips. And he's going to be betting the pot, charging the spade draws. Nobody has a spade draw. And normally not good to be chasing spade draws or flush draws or straight draws on a paired board in Omaha. So he's going to win the first pot. Sits down, wins the first pot that he plays. Easy game.
Hey.
So Commander picks with the straddle. He's been doing that most nights, trying to build these pots in position. It's going to be 20 to go. Action's going to be on Little V-Pip. So small blind owes $5 or owes 20 if he wants to call. 5 or 20. And it's going to be 20. Little V-Pip with the queens. Has some spades. Juan just won the last hand. And he's going to be potting it. Has the ace deuce. And the 4-5. Jimbo also with the ace deuce. Gator also with the ace deuce. So Juan has clubs. Jimbo has diamonds. And Gator has spades. Commander picks your straddler. He's going to be calling in position here with the 3 deuce. Really wants to see an ace on the flop. Also has the 9-10. Of course, the previous flop was 9-10. So he's hoping the 9-10 comes out again.
got 4 players.
Ayer que vamos a San Antonio.
And it's going to come king high. We need one more card, 7 or below for this for the low to get there. And Juan's going to bet his low.
A San Antonio y luego a Pum Pum Papas.
Gator has the same low, but he has top pair. Juan with bottom pair. And Jimbo going to be calling with his low. So right now, 3 players with the same low draw. But it is Gator in front right now. Gator actually has top 2 pair. So Juan's in pretty bad shape. Jimbo's going all in here. And we're going to have a $1,000 pot. How about $1,100? So these players, 2 of these players hoping a 7 or below comes out. Gator wants to see a king or an 8 so he can lock up the high.
All right, we got 1 all in, heads up, on the sidewalk.
Here comes the turn. All right, the ace deuce is going to be good for the low, unless if an ace or a deuce come up on the river. All these players with backup. Gator with the best backup. Gator with the ace-3 backup. So if a deuce comes, Gator's going to be scooping with the 31. Does anybody have diamonds? Oh, Jimbo turned in diamonds. And it is going to be not a quarter, but it is going to be a third. So 3 players are going to win the low. 3 players are going to win the low. And 1 player is going to win the high. So Gator winning half of the pot. No, Gator winning, that's not half of the pot. That is less than half of the pot. It is Gator winning half of the pot for the high and then winning a third of the pot for the low. And then the other 2 players winning the other third for the low. Yeah, so you can see the dealer chopping the low 3 ways. So Gator coming out good on that. Juan and Jimbo, not so much. They're winning chips, but they actually lost chips. So with that pot, Gator is moving closer to the green. He was the reddest earlier. Now the reddest is Jimbo. Looks like Nuno not at his seat. I believe both him and Gator ordered some food from Walk-Ons. So Texas Card House down here in the Rio Grande Valley, located in a plaza, and the plaza is next to Walk-Ons. If you don't know about Walk-Ons, it's basically like a Cajun Hooters. Drew Brees is actually one of the investors, or one of the owners now. He bought in. Both Walk-Ons and Raising Cane's, founded in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Of course, Baton Rouge, the state capital of Louisiana. It has the distinction of being the tallest state capital in the United States. Taller than the White House.
Me quedó un camarada. Muy querido. Muy querido.
So it looks like Nuno finishing up the walk-ons just in time to look at his big blind. There's a $25 raise. He has a suited ace and he has a 3 to go with it.
I was Presley.
So let's see if Nuno has perfect timing. Perfect timing if he wins the hand. If he loses a big hand, well, then he should have waited. Oh, 2 diamonds. The low has already arrived. The ace deuce is the low, and Trucker has it. Nuno having the flush draw and the second nut low with the ace 3.
Yo sé que va conmigo, güey. Pinche vato.
The Trucker is going to be potting here with the low draw. So 125. And Nuno's not going anywhere. If a deuce comes, oh, deuce of diamonds. If a deuce comes, then Trucker will be getting quartered. But right now, Trucker having the low with the ace deuce. Nuno having the high with the ace high diamonds. So Nuno with the 8. He also has a 9 for a straight draw. So Nuno checking. Trucker does the same. Trucker has the nut low. And it is going to be a chop pot as Nuno with the 9-8 for the straight. And Trucker with the ace deuce, the 21 low.
Straight to the 9, 21 low. Chop it up.
No te la querés ser muy gramática de all in. Oh, I call no matter what. You were never calling all in. Me cae por lo menos que es pan.
Right?
So I believe everybody back in their seats as we were 5-handed for a short period. Is Jimmy back? Jimbo? He is big blind, so he will get posted. And there is a $10 straddle coming from Juan.
$10 for the straddle. $10 for the straddle actually starts in the
Yeah, there's Jimbo. So not perfect timing for Nuno, but he does win half the pot. And action is going to be on Nuno, as there is a $10 button straddle.
3 and 6.
Jimbo making the call. Somebody's cards did not get scanned, and it looks like it is Juan's cards. So dealer let him know to rescan the cards, and now the camera should go to Nuno quickly and then come around. DGZ making the call with the suited ace deuce. Also has pocket 5s. And we have 6 players go into a flop. Gator with the middle cards. And Gator going to hit middle set. Need one more card, 8 or below, for the low to arrive. Jimbo going to be betting. His wrap here has the 8, 9, 10. So if he hits any of those cards, he will hit a straight. He also has backdoor diamonds. Gator announcing pot with his set of 7s. And even though, yeah, DGZ has the nut low, so I think he's going to be calling here. No, he makes the fold.
¿Qué onda, culero? Venga, shit.
One of Juan's cards not getting scanned properly. So do not know what his fifth card is, but we'll figure it out pretty quick here. Okay, so it's not any of those other cards on the board. Jimbo just shrugging his shoulders, going with it here. He has one out for his straight. He does have one out for his straight. He could also go runner for a bigger straight. If a queen and a 10 comes, or an ace, yeah, he has backdoor draws for a bigger straight. So I believe they're going to go twice, so basically all the cards from the deck are going to get dealt out. And Jimbo going to need some help. He only has one immediate out, but he does have some runner outs. Oh, he's got... Okay, there's one of the runner outs. Okay, he's going to get the low, right? No. 7-6? Yeah, the low. He gets the low on both of them. The emergency low, the 8-1 low, the 81 low. Yeah, it's a shot pot. Actually, Jimbo thinks that he has a straight, but he does not have a straight because he's using 3 of his cards. But he does have a low with the 8 ace.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, 8-9. So, ¿quién gana arriba y quién gana abajo? 8-9 straight. 9-10, sorry. No, hay nada.
Yeah, there's no straight. Even the dealer thinks there's a straight, but he does win the low. This is very hard to read with the 5 cards and running it twice. The 7s are going to be good for both highs, and the ace-8, the 81 low. So the rarely seen 81 low is going to be good for half the pot. You need 2 cards in your hand that are 8 and below. And he has the biggest card, the 8, and the smallest card, the ace, but his 81 low will be good for both lows, and they will chop the pot.
Hey! Where you going? Hey, we haven't had fun here. What do you want to enjoy? You want to enjoy? Okay? Why not? So much fun.
I know I hate money, but not that much.
All right, so no straddle this hand. Action will be on Trucker. The former truck driver, but everybody knows him as Trucker. His alias. Everybody just limping. And we're going 6 ways to a flop. 2, 3, the best low. Nobody has it, but 2 players have the 4-3. Ace high flop. Looks like it's going to go check around. No commander picks. Oh, with the set of queens, commander picks. Bet in $25. Little VPIP making the call, and he is drawn really thin. And both 4-3s coming along, hoping for the low, hoping for a deuce. Still no low on the board. Need one more card, 8 or below. And that 9 is not going to make anybody a straight. So Commander Picks his set is still good, and he puts out a pretty big bet here. Doesn't want his opponents to hit the low. And it's going to be hard for any of them to call since they don't have the 32 low. It's the best low. Gator will let it go, as will DGZ. And pretty much we've only had 2 players in the green tonight. They're both up over 1,000. Everybody else in the red. So a lot of these players at the table want to hear music, which is normally something very innocent. But since this game is being streamed, there are copyright laws, and we're basically not allowed to stream music on the channel. So we do not want to get a strike with YouTube. So they are allowed to watch something on TV, but none of them wanted to watch anything on TV. Obviously, there would be no sound, and they would be the only ones to see what's showing. So that would be okay, but the music would not be okay. There are 2 microphones. Whenever you see the overhead shot of the table, there's 2 microphones on either side of the camera, on each side of the camera, and they do pick up audio. These players are not mic'd. They are not mic'd, but there are 2 microphones that will pick up audio. And then, of course, the solution would just be listen to the music on your own with your headphones, but no electronics are allowed at the table.
Hey, ¿cuánto es? 25. I think he's a bunch of bullshit, dog. I don't care.
So deuce is coming, and normally somebody is going to have a deuce in high-low, and looks like Trucker is that someone. Also has spades. Do not know what his 5th card is, but looks like little VPIP calling with his flush draw. Well, Gator coming along with his queens. All right, there's the flush. Gator has a flush. It is not the best flush. Queen high flush. Trucker, we do not know what that 5th card is. If it is a deuce, jack, or 3, then these other players are drawn dead. Oh, I just realized Commander Picks has pocket jacks. So Commander Picks with top boat here.
45.
Fuck that. Fuck that shit, dog.
So Trucker is potting here. Commander Picks can't go anywhere. He only loses to 1 hand. That's pocket deuces. We do not know what that 5th card is for Trucker. This should
I didn't know it was.
get little V-pip to fold. The ace-4 is the nut low. As I mentioned earlier, normally not good to chase a flush draw on a paired board, especially in Omaha. And this is one of the reasons why, because you can be drawn dead, as is the case here with little V-pip. He still has the low draw. I think if he had the ace-4, he might get stubborn with it. Does not have the ace-4. Has the ace-high flush draw. Has the ace-5. Yeah, he knows it's not good. Gator betting, Trucker potting, Commander picks calling. And a flush is never good here. And Gator makes the fold, so we do not know what the 5th card for Trucker is here. If it's an ace, then he has the nut low draw. So the low has not arrived. There's only 2 cards, 8 and below. Commander Picks has no low. Commander Picks does not want to see a card 8 or below. Commander Picks wants to see a big card. All right, there is a possible low, and Trucker does have a low with the 7-4. So I don't know what his other card is, but either way he has a low. Yeah, he had 2-3. The 3 was the other card, but he does have the 7-4 for the low, so it's going to be a chop pot. Commander picks with Jack Spool. The ace has not read, which is why it is not showing. But Trucker had 2-3. There we go. There's the 2. And let's see if they put the ace on the river. Once they put the ace on the river, it should read everything. So they will chop up the pot. 7-4 for the low. And pocket jacks for the high. Did he have quads? Did he have pocket deuces? Yeah, I'm guessing he had pocket deuces or yeah, I'm guessing he had pocket deuces. I thought that other card was a 3. Did I miss something? I do not have the ability to rewind. But I thought Commander Picks had the high with the Jack Spool. And I thought that 5th card for Trucker was a 3, not a deuce. So that win is going to put Trucker in the green now. And that's going to put Commander Picks down 1,000. I must have misread the hand or saw something wrong. But once again, I do not have the ability to rewind, as I'm basically seeing this live with you. There's a 15-minute delay from where these players were playing until it gets streamed. It gets streamed to my computer, and then a couple of seconds later, it comes out on YouTube. So as I said, I do not have the ability to rewind. But I thought Commander Picks had the best hand there for the high. Commander picks straddling under the gun. I believe it's a $25 straddle. Yeah, it is a $25 straddle. Little V-Pip making the call with the suited ace. Also has a 5. Oh, and Juan saying pot. Doesn't have an ace, but has a 2, a 3, and a 4 in his hand. Also has spades. And looks like Little V-Pip gonna make the call. So Juan, I think, is all in or has $55 left. Yeah, he tried to go all in, but he wasn't able to. So now he has an all in. And Juan with 2 pair, 4 has the 7-3, also has the low draw with the 4 deuce. So I believe, oh no. Yeah, he scoops. Yeah, the queen 7 for the high. Queen 7 for the high and 4 deuce for the low. So Juan's gonna scoop. It's gonna be a scoop for Juan. Yeah, queen 7 announced for the high, and then he has the 4 deuce for the low. So that's gonna be a scoop. 40 deuce, 42 for the low.
Hey, la cara no. Eso vivo.
Aquí no, güey. Hey. Tengo que ganarte una buena burger, güey.
Mamada. La pasada la perdí por medio.
¿Qué dice? Repita.
Déjalo, compadre, déjalo.
So we're up to hand 42. I think I predicted 66 hands. Normally we get about 85 in a Hold'em stream, but obviously it does take longer to deal out the 5 cards. And then on top of that, since this is a split game, a high-low game, it does take longer to chop up the pots. It also takes longer to read the hands. Each player has 5 hands. There's 5 cards on the board. Can be a little challenging to read the hands sometimes.
I don't give you one. I don't,
4 calls, 6 calls, 7 folds. 8.
Oh, Jimbo potting it here. Has an ace, has a deuce, and he's making it 30. Also with an ace deuce, DGZ making the call. And Little V-Pip making the call. Juan gets out of the way, and we're going 3 ways to a flop. Exactly $100 in the middle.
All right, we got 3 players to a flop.
And we are not going to have a low. This is just going to be a high. And Jimbo flopping trips with his ace-jack, and he's going to bet half pot, hoping somebody calls. He also has a straight draw, an open-ended straight draw. Oh, he's picking up a call. Little V-Pip doesn't want to see a queen. All right, backdoor clubs, both players with clubs. And Little V-Pip putting Jimbo all in. Little V-Pip in, is he drawing dead? I think he's drawing dead, right? Can't hit a club. Jimbo has better clubs. Can't hit a queen, as Jimbo has queen 10. And so Jimbo gonna fill up on the river, 10s and deuces. There is no low. Needs to be 3 cards, 8 and below. There's only a high. That high belongs to Jimbo. Gator letting Jimbo know that he had 2 sevens.
Hey, Mario, regáñalo. Regáñalo la chingada. Pinche vato. Pinche güey. Pinche vato.
Let's see if Juan puts on a straddle.
Regáñalo la chingada. Te lo encargo.
And he does. So action's going to be on Nuno. You are allowed to straddle up to half your stack under the gun here at the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. Juan just puts the minimum being 10 in this case. Double the big blind. As the 5 cards will get dealt out. See if everybody's cards scan properly. Somebody's cards did not scan properly. And it was Juan's cards. There we go. So Nuno calling with the jacks. Also has a 4 and a 5 and some spades. Jimbo has a suited ace, makes the call. 3 deuces for Gator in the hand. He will get rid of it. Trucker announcing that he doesn't have anything, and it's true that he doesn't have a low. Only has 1 card that is not paired, that is 8 and below. Little VPIP raising out of the big blind here. It's a small raise, only to 30. Everybody's going to be calling the raise, and we're going to be going 5 ways to a $150 pot. $155 pot.
Bet you they can go back.
Alright, for right now,
You want to say that? They're not playing more than you? Right now, I'm thinking of folding.
30.
Hey, I have to call.
1 call.
There we go, 155 in the pot, 5 ways.
Hey, no, Jack está jugando.
5 players. 5 players.
And it's going to come ace high, 2 clubs. So top 2 pair for Jimbo. Trucker with clubs has a straight draw as well. And the 2-3, oh, a set. So we have top 2 versus a set here. Little VPIP with bottom set. Case 4 showing up. The 2-3 is the nut low, but we did see Gator fold 3 deuces, so nobody has 2-3. Does anybody have 3-5? Yes, Juan has 3-5. Little VPIP also with 3-5. So Trucker with the flush draw. $60 into $275. Oh, he makes the fold. Little surprise in there. So Juan right now is getting free road as they both have the 5-3 low. The low has not arrived. Trucker would have hit his straight on the turn. But you can see little VPIP putting out a big bet. And that's going to get Juan the fold. So Trucker folding on the flop would have hit the nuts on the straight. Commander Fix immediately put it on the $10 button straddle. He is down 1,000, but it is not stopping him from straddling.
Tengo 25 años de este pedo yo.
All right, everybody, we have a $15 button straddle. Action starts in the small blind.
¿Vas a decir algo que yo no sé? No, no.
Hey, trucker. Settle down.
Dale calmado, güey. Hey.
All right, everybody, $15 button straddle. Okay, we're good. 15.
Oh, little V-Pip just won the last hand, and now he looks out at aces. And one of them is suited, has a 5 to come with it. And he's going to put out a small raise here. Looks like a min raise. So 35. Juan's going all in. Has the ace deuce, has the suited ace.
No, señor.
Yeah, he's only able to make it pot, which is 120. 35 times 3 is 105, plus the $15 straddle, going to be 120. And Jimbo looks like he has a decision.
Ya se va a aventar el bicho clavado. Se va a aventar el clavado.
Yeah, action is on Jimbo. Nuno did fold. The software thinking that the action is on Nuno. That's why the dots are under his name. Yeah, so Jimbo makes the call. Gator making the fold. Jimbo double suited. Emergency 61 low. We saw him win with an 81 low earlier. Little V-Pip just making the call here with the aces. Everybody with an ace in their hand. And we are going 3 ways to a flop. You can see Juan has about $100 left in his stack. Queen 10. Juan has the Queen 10. We saw Trucker do this earlier, kind of get out of line and flop the straight. But Juan flopping a straight here with his hand. And looks like it's going to be a, well, so little V-Pip going to put Juan all in essentially. And obviously Juan going to make the call. Oh, Jimbo also with the Queen 10. Now he's going all in. Juan has the ace deuce for the low if it does come runner. So it's going to be another $190, $180 for little V-Pip to call. I think he's pretty much going to call here. Has the ace 5 for the low. That's not good, but has backdoor spades draw. So 2 players with the Queen 10. Jimbo in bad shape right now as he is getting quartered if a low shows up. Oh, little V-Pip gonna make the fold. And both players with the same hand. Jimbo thinks he has the best hand, but it is the same hand as Juan. This hand being brought to you by the letter J, as there is a J on the flop on a hand with Juan and Jimbo. So Juan has backdoor diamonds, and Jimbo has backdoor clubs. Oh, here are the backdoor clubs, but it is a low card. Yeah, so he's getting quartered. This is going to be a quarter. The Queen 10 is going to be the high, so they're going to chop the high, but Juan is going to win the low. Juan is going to win the low with the ace deuce. So quarter, pounder. Jimbo really thought that he had the best hand. Well, he did flop the best hand possible, but his opponent also had the Queen 10, and his opponent had a better low draw. Runner, low. Juan was able to hit it, and Juan will get 3/4 of the pot.
Compadre, dime a la chica que vaya, rato.
So that's going to get Juan into the green. So half the players in the green, half the players in the red. Just over an hour to go in tonight's stream.
Dejen que ladren los perros.
Looks like there's 3 1-3 tables on the main floor, and we are at the final table for our free roll. 42 entries with 143 add-ons down to the final 8 players. Only 5 of them make money. Jimbo with the suited ace and the emergency low, the 81 low. I think Nuno folded, but he was the big blind, so he'll post his $5 and we will move on. Little V-Pip calling on the button. Juan does the same with his kings. And we got 2 small cards, and we have clubs. Nobody with clubs. Juan with top and bottom pair. Actually, Jimbo has clubs. 9 high clubs. It's going to go check around. And the low has arrived as the 3-5 makes a low. Nobody with the 3-5. Jimbo going to be betting his ace with the flush draw. A little $10 bet. That'll get Juan to fold. Jimbo's actually behind right now. Not anymore. No, wait, does he have a straight? Oh, yeah, he has a 7-5 low. Yeah, so Jimbo does not have a low. Jimbo does not have a low. And Little V-Pip has a 7-5 low, but he will make the fold on the river. Juan putting on a straddle on the button. Looks like 10. Smells like 10.
We have a $10. What is straddle? Action starts.
So straddle announced, and action's going to be on Nuno. Has been up, is up, and has been up 1,000 for quite a while. Just kind of maintaining. He will make the fold. Jimbo's halfway in. I think if he didn't have $5 in, he would have folded, but he's halfway in, so he calls the other $5. DGZ calling with the suited ace and the 5. Also has queens. And let's see what Juan does. So Juan has ace deuce and he has hearts. And he's going to announce pot here. It should get Jimbo to fold. He barely wanted to call the $5. And yeah, he is going to fold. So it's going to be 75. 75 to C3. Gator has hearts. Gator has 4s. And Gator's thinking. Gator will let it go. DGZ doesn't have an ace deuce, so he'll get out of the way. Commander picks. Has clubs, has a 3 deuce. He wants to see an ace. Wants to see an ace. That way his 3 deuce is the best low. And little V-Pip makes the call. He's the only one with a pair in his hand. $260 in the middle. And it's going to come jack high 2 hearts. So Juan with the nut flush draw and bottom 2 pair. Oh, it's little V-Pip. Bet and pot 260. Juan's not going anywhere. He has 2 pair and a heart draw. Commander picks will be getting out of the way. And we're going to be going heads up to a turn. Little V-Pip tried to go all in, but he's going to be left with $40. So little V-Pip looking for a jack. Looking for an 8. Well, actually, Juan has 3 pair. I just realized Juan has 3 pair. The low has arrived. And the ace deuce is, no, the ace. Oh, little V-Pip actually has a low with the 8-4. Juan's cards are paired up here. Juan's 6 and deuces are paired up. Does have a live ace though. Oh, the set on the river. Little V-Pip rolling it over quick. But the flush is going to be good for the high. And Juan has a live ace. He does have a live ace for the low. Even though 2 of his cards were paired up, there was 3 cards that were 8 and below on the board. So he just has to play 2 of those cards. And he's going to play the 61 low. And I believe we have a seat open. I do not think little V-Pip's coming back. We have about an hour left in the stream.
Seat open.
Yeah, seat open announced. So as I said, we did have a list earlier, about 6 players waiting to get into this game. List is down to 3 players. I know one of the players is here for sure.
Free overseas. All right. Fine to play.
¿Te hubieran llevado esto también?
No tengo truco. $5.
Ah, ves que no estoy loco. I am fucking crazy, dog.
Oh, Trucker with a nice hand here has a suited ace. And he's raising it to the pot. Under the gun. Suited ace with a deuce and a 3. Basically cannot get counterfeited on the low since he has 3 small cards. Unless if all 3 of the cards that come on the board are those exact cards. Gator with ace is just making the call, has a 3 to go with it. And Juan with the jacks. We saw him flop 3 pair earlier, and now he flops top set and bottom 2 pair. There is a runner possible low. Nobody has spades. Queen 10 making a straight. Nobody with the queen 10. 10-7 making a straight as well. Nobody with the 10-7, but it's Gator who's going to be leading here a small amount. Let's see if Juan puts out a raise here. So Trucker has the ace deuce 3 low. I think he's going to call the 15, hoping it goes runner runner. A queen makes a 10 for a queen makes a straight for him, as he does have king 10. So $15 is a good price. Is a good price here. I think he'll be making the call. He also has backdoor diamonds. So $15 basically into $100. And let's see if Juan puts in the raise. No, Juan just calling. Maybe a little scared of a straight. So let's see a low card. Oh, there's the diamond. So backdoor diamonds. Now a possibility for Trucker. No low. The low is not going to arrive. It's just going to be a high hand. And Queen 10 is still the nuts, but now we have 2 flush draws on the board. And Trucker has one of those flush draws. Now he needs a queen for a straight. $125 in the pot. Trucker has been taking a lot of time on his decisions tonight. Trucker asking the dealer how much is in the pot. He has not announced pot, but he is asking the dealer how much is in the pot. And he will check. Juan will be betting the pot here. So he didn't think that they would check Queen 10 again. So he is correct. Nobody has the straight. His set is good right now. But Trucker picking up a big draw on the turn, straight draw and a flush draw. Yeah, so Trucker does announce fold. And we do have seat 4 being taken. And we do have a dealer change. And we do need to let you know about the Trailblazer series.
Attention Rio Grande Valley poker players. The $60,000 guaranteed Trailblazer Poker Tour is coming to Texas Card House RGV from December 19th through December 29th. $175 buy-in. Tons of great perks for playing at this tour stop. Flights at 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. every day except Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. For full details, structure, and more, visit TexasCardHouse.com.
En español.
Atención jugadores de póker del Valle. Trailblazer Tour de $60,000 llega a Texas Card House RGV desde el 19 al 29 de diciembre. Solo $175 para entrar, además de múltiples premios. Habrán 2 oportunidades diarias para entrar. Para más detalles visite a texascardhouse.com.
Todavía tenemos 1 hora. So we still have 1 hour left, the final dealer change of the night. And we do have somebody taking seat 4. Let's see who that is. That's going to be seat 4. They're getting his information in. Looks like he's coming in for the minimum of 300. And let's see who it is. It is going to be Is he already in the system? I just don't see him.
I probably,
No, not in the system yet.
I haven't looked at it. I probably.
No straddle this hand. Action going to be on DGZ. He's up over 1,000, and now Nuno has finally dipped down to less than 1,000. As I said, we have exactly 1 hour left in tonight's stream. Commander picks announcing 25.
Sí, no me gustan a mí. Ya, lo jugué, nunca lo había jugado, lo jugué ahora y no me desesperé ahí gacho.
It's a $20 raise. So Trucker making the call. Commander picks with the ace deuce. Has suited spades, queen high. And he's going to flop top. No, he's going to flop 3 pair. Has an ace in his hand, has a jack in his hand, has 5 in his hand. Flopping 3 pair. So essentially like flopping a set, because if the board pairs, he's going to have a full house. Juan making the call here with his straight draw. Needs a 4, 3, or deuce for a straight. So that is considered a wrap when you get hit more than 2 cards, so 3 or more cards for the straight. Heads up we go. Commander picks filling up. The low still not there. Let's see if he puts out a big bet here to get the low draw to fold. That way he doesn't have to chop. That's exactly what he's going to do. And now the board is paired. Juan is done with the hand. Let's see if they put seat 4 in the system. Dun, 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 dun. No, he's still not listed. So it's going to be a button, an under the gun straddle from Commander Picks. He just won the last hand, and he is straddling to $10. So action is going to be on seat 4. I know who it is, but sometimes the players choose to go by a different name, so I'll wait for his name to pop up. I don't know if his cards are going to scan since he's not in the... Yeah, his cards aren't even scanning because the system does not recognize him. So they should get, I was going to say it should get corrected next hand, but he's not going to be big blind. So within the next 2 hands, it should be corrected. So 3 tables of 1-3 no limit hold'em on the main floor right now, as well as the final table for the Friday free roll frenzy. They're actually on the bubble right now. They are on the money bubble. And it's kind of funny because it doesn't matter if it's a free roll, it doesn't matter if it's a 100K tournament. When the bubble happens, the play comes to basically a stop. All right, ace deuce, the best low. Nuno has it. Nobody else does. The 5-7, the best high. Nobody has that, but Gator has 2 5s in his hand. Commander Picks has a pair of 4s and a 5, so he is open-ended. It looks like it is, yeah, Gator is betting with the 5s. No, Nuno is betting with the ace-deuce, excuse me. Nuno has top 2 pair. Commander Picks getting out of the way, and we're going to be going heads up as Gator's looking for a deuce. Actually, a deuce doesn't make him a straight. Oh, Gator hitting a set. The ace-deuce still good for the low. Oh, the ace-3, yeah. He's got a live ace. Well, they both have a live ace. Yeah, let's see if it's a quarter. Yeah, so Nuno has a straight to the 6. Nuno has a straight to the 6. And I believe they have the same low. They both have a live ace. Yeah. Yeah, so they both have the same low. They both have a live ace for the low. And he has the 6-3 high. Boards can be a little tricky to read, especially when it's all low cards. Figuring out exactly if a player has a low and what that low is. All right, there we go. Seat 4 in. Ruben. Ruben joining us tonight from Hargill. It's funny, there's people that live in the Rio Grande Valley. Hargill is located in the Rio Grande Valley, but there's people that live in the Rio Grande Valley who have no idea where Hargill is. Looks like Nuno going to be leaving a little early. So Nuno's card's not getting scanned. All right, now they're scanned. Trucker thinking about calling since he has the button. Does have hearts, king high. Has a 42 low. Oh, he actually makes a small raise here. And Nuno going to be making the call, but he's putting his chips in the rack. That's never a good thing to do. You never want to play out of the rack. I mean, I'm not superstitious. Just a little stitious. Nobody with a 7. Jimbo with 9s. So he wants somebody to hit a flush here, as he has the best full house possible right now. 9s full of 7s. All right, the low draw is possible now. 2 low cards. Jimbo should be betting pot here to charge any of the low draws. Instead, he bets 50. There's also a straight on the board now. Commander picks, or Nuno has ace deuce, so Nuno will probably make the $50 call. Trucker, not sure what Trucker needs a 5 for a straight. Oh no, Nuno bounced early. Did not want the curse of the rack. So no low, as it is a jack of diamonds. There's only 2 cards 8 and below. So Jimbo with the full house, hoping his opponent has a 7, hoping his opponent makes the call, but we could see his opponent has squadouche. His opponent has king high. He has 5 cards in his hand, and he did not pair any of them up. No, actually, I think he hit the river. I think that's the jack of diamonds on the river. So he actually did hit a jack, but there's so many things that beat him, and he's going to be making the fold.
Heart, love, yeah, anything. I go with a love.
And Trucker finally makes the fold. Jimbo will win the pot. And we have a seat open again.
Easy, boy.
So Ruben bought him for 300, still has the 300, but now he's big blind.
Open seat.
Yeah, so we do have a couple of people waiting on the list. It looks like Juan is actually going to leave early as well. So we do have 2 seats open. We're going to be playing 6-handed, short-handed, Big O. So instead of 40 cards being out, there's going to be 30 cards out. Still have about 40 minutes to go. 4-hour stream every Friday night here on TCH Live. Oh, Trucker with some aces. Also has 10s. And he's going to raise it up to 20. Un veinton. And Ruben going to be calling with spades. He also has the 3 deuce. He actually wants to see an ace. Oh, Ruben flopping 3 pair. King 8-6. Let's see if he check raises here. Trucker does not have a low. Ruben does have a low. Oh, he's just calling. So Trucker in trouble. You can see the outs on the top of your screen. So Ruben has the low. Trucker has the ace of clubs. Ruben checking once again. Let's see if Trucker slows down. Trucker does have the ace of clubs and has the 10. So the chances of his opponent having 9-10 very low, as he has some blockers. I think Trucker's just going to check here. I don't know if he bet pot or if he asked how much was in the pot, but the dealer letting him know that there's $135 in the pot, and now he does announce pot. So the straight does get there, so Ruben worried about the straight. He does have the 3-2 low. It really seems like Trucker has either a straight or the nut low, and Ruben, this is the first hand he's playing, and he's pretty much going with it. So Trucker can hit a 7 now for an out. Also an ace or a 10. Trucker does not have a low. Yeah, Ruben's going to win this pot. Ruben's going to win with kings and 8s for the high, and the 32 low. He's going to win for the 32 low.
Hasta Tony está.
So Ruben's not folding. He can't fold.
Están diciendo que no hay más nadie, no entiendo. ¡Ey! ¡Avisen! La verga.
Yeah, so Ruben will be scooping here. 2 pair for the high, 32 for the low. That was not an ace on the river. That was a 4. It's not an ace on the river. That was a 4.
Nosotros estamos creyendo aquí que más nadie viene a jugar para acá.
Once again, that is not an ace on the river. That is a 4. So it will be a scoop for Ruben.
Hey, William.
And as I said, we did have a list, or do have a list. Did have 2 players get up, but we do have at least one player taking one of those seats. And that one player going to come right into the big blind. So they will put the big blind in the system. Commander picks will put out the button straddle. And action is going to be on Ruben, who just won that last spot. He scooped the last spot. And yeah, seat 6, we got Tony Stacks. Tony Stacks in for 500, coming in on the big blind. Action is on the small blind, though, as action starting to the left of the straddle. Still have over a half an hour to go in tonight's stream. He has trips. He has trips in his hand, and he's going to fold. Tony Stacks looking down at his first hand. He's halfway in. He'll put in the other $5.
Sí, pero quedan hay 2 jugadores que quieren jugar cuando se acaba el string.
Ok, ahorita lo esperamos.
So, se van a jugar cuando se corta el string. They want to play right now when the stream ends. Well, no,
To fill up the table.
Who's the player?
¿Quiénes son?
So there's 2 players that want to play.
So there is 1 seat open and 2 players on the list, as we have Jimbo flopping trips and Tony Stacks. And Tony Stacks with a straight draw, a low draw with the 4-5. Tony Stacks cannot hit a deuce, as it'll give Jimbo a full house, but he can't get a card 8 or below to hit the low.
But I want to wait for him to see.
Yeah, it's ace 3-3. So Tony Stacks with the low, and there's the low. The flush draw also get in there. So Tony Stacks with the 54 low, the best low right now. And Jimbo with 3 threes. And that's not a full house, but Tony Stacks is still going to have the low with the 54. You do have to use 2 cards. You can only play 3 cards from the board. So Jimbo is playing the 9-3, as he will have 3 trays with an ace and a 9.
Oh, it's pretty. Que no quiero nada. Se está hacerlo como grande.
Yeah, so there is a seat open. There is a seat open, and we do have a couple players waiting.
Staying in any tournaments or just gonna go poker on?
Oh, tú me dijiste que andaban en Vegas, ¿no?
We have half an hour to go into stream. Started playing just past 7 o'clock tonight. The players started playing. We started streaming just past 7:15 Central Time, Texas time. So that'll take us to about 11:15 for the final hand. I predicted 65 and take the unders.
La cámara está de arriba.
¿Cómo? Cortante.
So Trucker with no low does have a lot of high cards, but he is going to make the fold. Commander picks, raising it up to 20. And we are going 3 ways to a flop of $65. Ace high, 2 spades. Ruben with 9 high spades. Tony stacks with the ace, but it's going to go check around. And Ruben filling up here, as he does have a 6, so he has 6s full of aces. The low is already made, as the low came on the flop. So there are 3 cards that are 8 and below. Even though the board is paired, there's still 3 cards 8 and below. So we are looking at a 2-4 as the best low. Commander picks call-in with the 7 deuce low. That's better than Ruben's low. Flush draw get in there, so Ruben flopping 2 pair and a flush draw, turning a full house. Let's see if he puts out a pot-sized bet. That way he doesn't have to chop. Should put out a pretty big bet here. That way he doesn't have to chop. Commander picks does have a low. Yeah, he's going to put out a big bet. Commander picks not going to be able to call. Doesn't have the 2-4 low. If he had the 2-4 low, he could consider it. Yeah, Commander picks gets out of the way. Seat open, Fletcher. Seat open. Got to be in it to win it. So it looks like Tony Stacks put it on a $10 button straddle. Gator is the big blind. Gator needs to put out 5. The dealer reminded him that he's big blind. There goes the 5. Action's going to be on Jimbo. He's halfway in. He puts out the other 5. Somebody's card's not scanning. There we go. Everybody's scanned. Gator getting out of the way. Jimbo with the kings. Has no low, but has kings and has diamonds and has spades. His kings are double suited. Double suited, triple connected. King working with the 10, king working with the 9. 9 working with the 7. 7 working with the 10. Commander picks raising it to 50 with his ace deuce. Has king high hearts, also has ace high clubs. And Trucker has jacks with some spades. He makes the call. And we are going 5 ways to a flop. $255 in the middle, and it's going to come 10 high with 2 diamonds. Jimbo with the 10, but Commander picks with an 8. So Jimbo flopping a flush draw and a straight draw. Commander picks flopping trips. There is a possible backdoor low. Commander picks just making the call with his trips. Everybody else folding. And we will be going heads up to a turn. Jimbo looking for a 10, a diamond, a 6. No, a 6 doesn't work. Okay, so that's going to give him 3 pair. Commander picks still has the best high hand, but now we have a possible low hand. And Commander picks has that low with the ace deuce. Let's see if he puts in a raise here. No, he just makes the call. So Commander picks looking for another small card. Yeah, Commander picks going to have the low and going to have the high with the trips. So it'll be a scoop here for Commander picks. The 21 low and the trip 8s. Does Jimbo call him? Jimbo with 10s and 8s with, or actually Jimbo with kings and 8s. He's not even playing his 10, he's playing his kings. Yeah, so Jimbo did fold. So Trucker will be big blind. DGZ, tonight's big winner, will be first to act. UTG, under the gun.
Ahora otra cosa, tienen que apostar más, no pueden estar apostando 50, 50, 50 y luego te mandan un limit fold. No se puede tampoco
Quick fold from DGZ, I think. No. And it's got his cards, but I don't think he's calling. Doesn't have an ace. Always good to have an ace. As George Strait says, got to have an ace in the hole. It really helps with this high-low game, since the ace counts as both a high card and a low card.
Yo este video lo voy a ver, voy a poner mis palomitas y lo voy a anotar si era verdad que a Grande no le caía nada o simplemente no jugaba. Y voy a...
So we have about 20 minutes to go in tonight's stream. And a lot of times what happens at the end of the stream is we do see some crazy hands take place. Players know the stream is getting ready to end. So they're trying to double up as we have Trucker flopping trips. There will be no possible low this hand, as there needs to be at least one card 8 or below on the flop. Oh, Tony Stacks is betting his 9 here. The Trucker is not going to fold. Tony Stacks with a $75 bet. Trucker with trip kings, 10 kicker. Trucker telling Tony Stacks that he has a pocket pair, and he is correct, but the part he left out is that he also has a king to go with that pocket pair. Is that El Buki? Yeah, it looks like El Buki just walked in. Easy money with Surge. And now a full house for Trucker and 3 pair for Tony Stacks. Tony Stacks does not want to see a 10 on the river. Oh no! Oh no!
I was just bluffing.
So Trucker with kings full and Tony Stack with 10s full of 9s.
There's no pot.
So there's $255. Action is on Trucker. And he has the best hand possible. It's impossible for somebody to have quad kings or quad 10s because he has one of each in his hand. And here comes the show. Terrible run out for Tony Stacks. It's going to be hard for Tony Stacks to put his opponent on a full house considering that he has a 9 and a 10 in his hand, so he is blocking the full house. But just because you have blockers doesn't mean that your opponent doesn't have it. We can see in this case that his opponent has it. So Trucker acting weak, saying, I gotta steal it. And Tony Stacks trying to get him to check. Yeah, 255 is in the pot. It's showing that Tony Stacks has less than 255 left. So Trucker says pot. And let's see if Tony Stacks is able to get away from it. Oh, Trucker saying, we'll chop it if we call. And now he's telling him not to call. So Trucker bet 255. And this is putting Tony Stacks all in. Trucker telling Tony Stacks he has king 10. And Tony Stacks telling Trucker that's the only hand he loses to. And he's correct. Tony Stacks with the second nuts here. Actually, his opponent can have quad kings. Oh, he's going to call it off, yeah. Keep in mind, you do have to use 2 cards. You do have to use 2 cards. The Trucker's using the king 10. You can only use 3 cards from the board. So in Hold'em, any king would be a full house. In Hold'em, any 10 would be a full house. But in Omaha, you have to have another card that goes with it for the full house. And Trucker had that other card. Tony Stack's going to jump out of his seat. I think he's going to go get more ammunition. So that hand's going to take Trucker up to over $500.
Siempre anda pedo porque su poder es andar pedo, pero pelea borracho y chinga a todo el mundo y la verga.
¿Te acuerdas de esa película? Y no ando ni pedo, ¿verdad?
I said the over-under was 65 when we started. I don't even think we're going to get to 60, but we'll get close. Commander picks with the straddle under the gun to 15. Ruben not at his seat. He will get folded.
Open 6. Open 6. El señor es bueno. El señor es bueno. No va a ser invitado. El señor es bueno.
Looks like Tony Stacks is back.
No, haz de ver las mamás que perdías hace rato. Mamás olvidables.
Pero no contra mí.
Yeah, no, porque
Tony Stacks back with 500
Ya se va a acabar la transmisión para que vengan los otros vatos que según vienen.
as we have 15 minutes to go on the stream. These players did announce earlier they will be playing until after the stream. So they're going to continue to play after the stream. That's normally the case on Friday nights as we do stream for 4 hours. And usually they will continue to play. On Wednesday nights, we do stream Hold'em on Wednesday nights. We stream 1-3. We stream 1-3 No Limit Texas Hold'em on the secondary channel. So we do have 2 YouTube channels. This one is the main channel, TCH Live. Secondary channel being Texas Card House, 3 different words. Texas Card House, 3 different words. We do stream on that channel on Wednesday nights from 6 to 10. And normally on Wednesday nights, the game breaks when the stream ends. Normally on Friday nights, the game continues. And we have 2 hearts. Still a possible low. Let's see what the river is. No low. Anybody have a pair? King 9. King 9. Little $30 pot. And you can sometimes sense when you're at the table when a game is getting ready to break. And it feels like this game is getting ready to break as we have less than 15 minutes to go. So Ruben not in a seat, but he will get posted. Looks like Gator leaving a little early tonight too. And Tony Stacks will be putting on the $15 live straddle. So action's going to be on Jimbo. It's a South Park reference, by the way. And Jimbo going to be min-raising it here to 30 with the suited ace and the 5 and the 3 to go along with it. Trucker folding his middle cards. DGZ calling with aces and a deuce and diamonds. Tony Stacks pretty much getting priced in. He's going to make the call, and we're going to go 3 ways to a flop of $100. Ace Queen is the nuts. Nobody with Ace Queen. Real good flop for Tony. Tony Stacks flopping 2 pair, a flush draw, and a straight draw. No possible low. There will be no low this hand. And looks like Tony Stacks is going to be betting $30? $35. No, he bets 50. He bets half pot. DGZ. Oh, DGZ flopped the straight. Oh, Tony Stacks turned in spades. So Tony Stacks with both flush draws on the board. He has spades, he has hearts, and he has 2 pair. Oh, DGZ checking. And Tony gonna get there with a straight, but it is not gonna be the ace-jack. So Tony Stacks with a straight to the king. Tony Stacks with a straight to the king. DGZ with a straight to the ace.
Se salvó que estamos en esa en la cámara, por eso no lo quiero poner. Ahorita vamos a salir. quiero que te vaya todo enojado. y todo,
Ustedes también se van ahí.
So got about 10 minutes to go. We'll see if we have a crazy hand that happens, as is the case most of the time towards the end of the stream.
No quiero que se vaya ahí todo enojado.
Él no va a llevar. Él no va a llevar. No.
Commander picks with a straddle. Ruben still not at his seat. He is getting blinded out. I think he is on a smoke break.
¿Para estamos jugando para el dinero?
Fíjate los dos que hice en el proceso del juego. No, nadie te lo. Conmigo no vas a estar haciendo esa mamada, te voy a dar
Jimbo with aces. The action's on Tony Stacks though, and he has suited aces, and he's going to be raising.
Está tratando de ganar un peso Dios, yo lo entiendo. Pero tu labia.
Jimbo just calling with his aces, doesn't have a good low draw, and one of his aces is suited. Trucker with a bunch of hearts in his hand. He will fold. Commander picks, getting a pretty good price, but he has a pretty bad hand, so he will let it go. And we're going to be going heads up to a flop. Tony Stacks versus Jimbo. $100 in the middle. And Jimbo going to be flopping a straight, and he has the clubs to go along with it. He's going to check, wanting his opponent to catch up. And his opponent actually flopped the straight as well with the 9-10. So Jimbo's hand getting better. Tony Stacks with the quick fold. Jimbo showing Tony he was drawing dead. All right, so we have 3 hands to go. 3 more hands to go. Final hand is going to be hand 62. So 60, 61, 62. 3 more hands to go for tonight's stream. Let's see if we have any craziness happen within the next 3 hands.
Y yo no lloro nada, ¿sí? Yo quiero putazos. El señor allá me ayudó en algo que tú no te puedes imaginar.
Sí,
Y esa razón para mí es suficiente.
No straddle this hand. Action will be on the former truck driver who goes by Trucker.
Depende qué persona hubiera sido, ¿ya ves? Ya te contesté.
Pero en esa mano. ¿De quién? ¿Ya te contestó? No, yo creo que él se refiere.
Somebody not scanning their cards. The dealer letting them know they got to rescan. Ruben done with his smoke break. He's back to play his button. And everybody's cards are scanned. Trucker with the 4 deuce has clubs and spades. Might call the $4. And does call the $5. Commander picks. Looks like he's going to be raising to 15. Has a suited ace, has the 5-3. Oh, Ruben with the aces. One of them are suited, and he has a deuce. So he's going to be putting on a 3-bet. Very, very rare. I think this might be, no, this is the second 3-bet of the night. The second 3-bet of the night. But it is rare to see a 3-bet, just because this is really a game of draws. This is a game of draws. There are no aces versus kings in this game. It's a game of draws. So players will see flops. Because you can't be on a draw unless if you see a flop. So Trucker should be getting out of the way here. Has a 42 low, he does. Commander picks makes the call, and we're going heads up to a pot of over $100. Oh, Commander picks coming from behind. Flopping trips. Is actually a good flop for Ruben most of the time. Commander picks is going to check. Oh, Commander picks betting $100. I mean, I think you have to call one time. You have the ace deuce for the backdoor low. But Ruben is definitely confused. Oh, Ruben figures it out.
Yo, mira, no quiero decirte lo que quiero decirte, güey, la neta.
2 more hands for tonight.
Quiero decirte lo que quiero decirte, la verdad.
Yo te voy a responder lo que él no quiere decir. Le vale.
Trucker will be big blind. Tony Stacks will put on the button straddle. Action pre-flop will be to the left of the straddle. In this case, it'll be the small blind. The straddle does not jump the blinds here at the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. And let us see what Jimbo has. He's halfway in. Squeezing his cards. Somebody did not scan. Yeah, it was Commander Picks. One of those cards didn't scan. So Jimbo folding.
Te voy a poner un ejemplo y lo voy a poner muy claro. Te voy a poner un ejemplo bien claro.
Is it 10 or 20? Yeah, somebody's cards did not scan.
No,
There we go.
la hora que digan que digo,
I was going to say, since Jimbo's halfway in, he would almost have to have trips for him not to call the extra $5, and that's exactly what he had. He had trip jacks in his hand.
no di,
3 deuce of spades for Trucker, and he definitely has been the slowest player to act all night, and that is not going to change here with 2 hands to go. It was a $20 straddle. So Tony Stacks with a $20 straddle, and Trucker taking his time.
yo dije eso. ¿La neta?
Cuando quieras.
A mí no me esté retando a la verga,
Tú
compadre.
eres el que me estás insultando.
Porque
Tú eres, nadie te está diciendo nada. No empieces. Dele.
Toda madre, Dios santo.
So action still on Trucker.
Ok. Para la verga entonces.
Oh, Trucker announcing pot. It looked like him and Tony Stacks were having a conversation amongst each other.
Ganaste. Era todo lo que tenías que hacer. Dale.
He's number 1. Yeah, so Trucker having an issue with seat 2 earlier, and now seems to be having an issue with Tony Stacks. But in both cases, he was the common denominator.
La forma que te costó las dos, güey. No, todo me está diciendo.
All right, so last hand for the stream.
Todo. Todo.
So here we go, last hand. Is it going to be a fast hand? Is it going to be an all-in hand? Well, we're about to find out, as action is going to be on Commander Picks. No straddle from Commander Picks. He has been straddling his button most of the time, and sometimes under the gun. This time is not one of those times.
Luego qué? Me va a tener vergüenza y luego qué? ¿Qué gano yo?
Kings.
¿Qué gano yo?
And he will make the call with the 4-5. Has clubs, has spades. Ruben also making a call. I think these players do know that this is the last hand. So it looks like Tony Stacks is going to jazz it up to 25. Jimbo making the call. Action is on Trucker. Let's see how quick he acts.
Así como los de
Esto es lo que duele, verga. Y no me aguanto nada. Esto es lo que duele.
He has an ace, he has a deuce, he has clubs, and he might say pot.
Salte la verga. Cáemelo. Cáemelo la verga.
So the Trucker just call, or
cállate la verga. Para que veas lo que te va a pasar ahorita. Aquí live.
They actually already cut Trucker off.
Ya llamé a la verga.
25.
This is why when you go to a football game, they stop selling alcohol at the end of the third quarter.
Quisiera que aquí quisieras algo de la verga. Live.
Truckers,
Yeah.
the reason why.
Ya no vamos a seguir, ya no vamos a seguir.
All right, we're going three ways. This is the final hand of the night. Two hearts coming on the board. Pretty big flop here for Ruben as he flops top pair, a flush draw, and a straight draw. There is a possible low if we get one more smaller card. And the board pairing, nobody with the 8. Ruben's going to be checking again. Tony checks again. And the river, does the low get there? The low does get there. The 3-4, the best low. Ruben has the best low. No, excuse me, the ace 4 is the best low. And Tony has it. Ruben has a flush, so this should be a chop pot. The ace 3 is actually the nut low, the 31. Tony Sachs with the second nut low, the ace 4, the 41. Ruben's gonna call. We should be chopping. Yeah, that is a chop. And the high-low game, that sometimes is a chop, is gonna get chopped on this final hand. So that'll do it for tonight. We'd like to thank everybody who joined us on this Friday night.